barrier is down. We can move now.
Slow. Oh yeah. Oh, thanks for the investment. The Assassin's Cow. I was gonna teach
under that colony ship. Just on
Turkey
the other
earlier.
side of
I didn't think Turkey needed like a dungeon thing or anything. That didn't need a dungeon key. You didn't know. I was like, damn. That new one? Yeah. I was like, well. Can't do shit. Hey, can you see this is a Steam player or not? Okay. So, I guess, I don't, has that always been happening? Yeah, we played some Steam players all the time. How you feel about the whole bunch of Steam players? I don't either. I kind of like the thing will go with a lot of Steam stuff.
Sepic's Prime cast a great shadow over our city. With its destruction, the fallen devils will grow weaker. But we must stay vigilant. The fallen are crafty, and they'll find ways to survive. They always do.
No, we can't. You already know how they feel, man. We can't be on the same team. I'll say Juan. Actually, you taking targets like me equivalent of having heist, so I'll take heist. Cause then we have to go with the next two best, which is Two-Piece and Cardi. So I don't know. And then after them two, what it would be? What Juan and Lucy? Ilse probably gonna be last pick. Yeah. Man, Juan Turk and Ilse all last spots. You know what I'm saying? If Heise actually played the game, he'd probably be better than them niggas. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, but he don't play the game. Like he don't want to learn the movement. But he good with a gun though. Turk is not. I don't think Turk good with a gun, and he can move slow. It's just he's okay with the gun. There's no reason why Turk's been playing the game for 12 years. How he still be like right there with
Got it.
him. Come on, man.
High
Like,
forces are lashing
come on,
out from
dog.
the cosmodrome
That
led
that
by
gives me another
disgraced
assumption
wizard
of how he played the
named
game.
Pinnacle.
How he got this gun.
Disgraced?
She narrowly escaped the previous Vanguard operation with her life.
Yeah.
Now the brood questions her strength.
She'll be desperate to prove herself.
I said don't pro shooters. This music is
but also
definitely somewhat of a shooter.
Eliminate her before she regains her footing.
Lots of movement ahead. Be ready for anything.
I don't know. He said he played Call of Duty for. I don't know. I ain't not good. I ain't not able to have good. That's my bad. Might check your settings, bro. Settings, that's okay, man.
Seem thrilled about Novota's presence.
But they won't appreciate yours either.
Ooh, they're going around punching shit. It's so fun. I need me some more gun, dog. Enough for these niggas, though.
I'm reading dense hive signatures in a facility up ahead. I don't like
Yeah,
this.
I need armor
It feels
engine.
like a trap.
Then
Need to
spoil
focus
their
some shit, man.
plans.
I didn't even realize it. Yeah. Travel moves fast in there, buddy. Oh yeah, of course. Going back to what it used to be. I'm gonna go lower. Titan's about to go back to being mid-class now. All the hunters are coming up. Hunters and stompies. You know what I'm saying?
We're close now. She won't escape this time.
Retreat isn't an option for her anymore. Not with the brood doubting her. Expect the worst, Guardian.
Need some head.
Navota has no choice but to defeat you.
That energy signature. That's her. That's Navota.
Shut up, bullshit. What's you? Oh, same thing. What is the hands bullshit do? Want to take consideration. Wow. Wow. The black symbol. Oh, this bitch died, dude.
Guardian down.
Pineapple. Yeah.
Navota's play for power showed the danger in hive logic, but also its flaws. You've proven that the path to victory comes only from the light.
We're happy to send the message.
Another prolonged endangerment.
Excellent work.
Beating frenzy
Return to the
target
tower.
lock? Oh, he's trash. Not gonna lie to you. Maybe not that bad actually. Let me see. I ain't gonna lie, this 4-time charge and frenzy's so much better. I'm lying, I'm gonna get rid of shit. What's the last one? Let me see. Oh no, I'm good. I'm a high shit as
The
one.
fallen will continue to claw at the walls of our city unless we strike them down. Beneath the ruins of the Cosmodrome, in the shadow of an old colony ship, we've located the House of Devil's Lair and the High Servitor feeding them their strength. We must destroy this machine god and send their souls screaming back to hell.
I ain't mad about him. Wow, wow. Iron Lord.
Fallen and Hive. Let's hope we can avoid the
Are you
crossfire.
flawless?
Great. The way out of here is sealed. Pretty complex. I'll need time. I'm close,
Oh, wow.
but just so you know, there's more Fallen and Hive on the way.
Ah, so dodging does reload your gun with both shots. No, no. Interesting.
Guardian down.
Man.
Barrier is down. We can move now. The lair is up ahead, under that colony ship. Just on the other side of all those devils. So this is the Devil's Lair.
Fuck out of here, asshole.
Well done.
Sepix Prime cast a great
$15.99?
shadow over our city. With its
$15.89.
destruction, the
Oh.
fallen devils will grow weaker. But we must stay vigilant. The fallen are crafty, and they'll find ways to survive. They always do.
We are going to Gambit. Yes. I'm back out of this stuff first. Alright, fuck up. Oh, we're trying to change shit. I masterwork these? Damn. 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 I got you. Hold on, but sir. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, Mavericks. Ready to see what you're fighting today? Scorn approaching. How you living? Unlike the Fallen, the Scorn have given up on a better life. Makes them dangerous. You ready for transbat?
No.
Give me those motes and I'll make you rich, brother. I promise.
Okay, Titan. Appreciate you for the boost. You know, you can do that with a big Superman smash.
Incoming wave at the drill. Hostiles incoming at the base.
Did you ever watch the Acid Cross video about the damage testing with the malfeasance on bosses? So if someone's with a horde, it makes the whatever, no matter what the target is, it makes them taken. So then you use the malfeasance to do damage, and the malfeasance does like 600 damage by itself alone, 600k. Yeah, so if we have like a team full of niggas using the malfeasance, yeah, it's pretty good.
Hostiles inbound at the steps. Your allies invading.
So yeah, one nigga using the Wither Horde, and then everybody else is using the malfeasance.
Got eyes on a high-value target. Track it down. Your allies back with 3 kills. Yeah! High-value target is down and out. You're nearly there. Fill the bank. Get that primeval up. Incoming wave at the drill. You sent a large blocker to the other side. Don't tell the Vanguard. Portal is primed. Lock and load.
It drop you an exotic.
All right. You came to fight today.
These are supposed to need.
Primeval compromised. Focus your fire. You're being invaded. Find them before they find
He's
you.
gonna be mid. Oh, he's over here by us now.
Primeval compromised. Burn it down. Your enemy called up a primeval. Finish this before they do. Invaders gone. Get them next time. Your allies invading the other side. Your invaders down and out. They're heading back. Envoy's taking a dirt nap. Primeval time. Invaders here. Brace yourself.
He's right here by me. He's on top of the drill? How did you spawn up there that fast? What? They spawned him on top of the drill, dog. Okay.
Opposing team's about to win.
Right, bro.
Invader's gone. Get him next time. Your allies invaded.
It's too late, huh?
Fight's over. Opposing team killed their primeval.
There's no bro. If she says yes, I'm about to like cuss her out, dog. So I sent my homegirl an album to listen to, and she was like, "So far out of all the songs to listen to, this one's my favorite." And I went to go look at the track list. That's the last song. I'm like, "There's no way you listen to this shit on shuffle, dog." I'm about to fucking smack you, dog. Bruh, do not be on shuffle, dog. Hey,
Ooh!
Cabal in the field.
Fallen on the horizon. Welcome to Gambit. Yeah, I was at Twilight Gap. My grandma, too. Who wasn't? Shoot some Fallen. Prepare for trip.
I should be working with some red boxes.
Give me
while I'm
those
in this
moats
bitch.
and I'll make you rich, brother. I promise. Incoming hostiles
That's
at the
my
ring.
yeah. Oh my god. This ain't going over the world.
Hostiles
That nigga hurt
incoming
spin.
at the burrow.
Okay. I won't really say anything to you, I don't think.
Incoming hostiles at the rig.
Oh, you missed all that. Oh, you saw. I sent my homegirl an album to listen to, and she was like, "Oh, I like this song so far," and it's like one of the last songs on the album. And I'm like, "There's no way you listen to this shit on shuffle," and she is. Bro, I'm upset.
Large blocker outbound.
I just, you can't, I don't, she said she didn't realize though until like 3 songs in. I was like, oh. So you can't put it back on normal now. Fucked up. Alright,
Hostiles incoming at command. Watch it. You're shedding moats. Kill the blockers.
ran it at me.
Portal's ready. Go say hello.
Go through.
Allies headed to the other
Stompies,
side.
man.
You sent a large blocker to the other side. Don't tell the Vanguard. Watch it. You're shedding moats.
That nigga saw
Kill
me.
the blockers.
Guardian down.
I'm losing moves.
You're being invaded. Find them before they find you. High-value target. Burn it down. You're close. Bank and summon that primeval. Incoming hostiles at the ring.
Guardian down.
High value targets where the niggas just falling up.
Invaders gone. Get them next time.
Trust me, I kill him before you deposit.
You sent a large blocker to the other side.
No, that's fine.
Don't
We
tell
good.
the
Go.
Vanguard.
Get some time.
Portal's up. Go look them in the eyes. Your allies invading. Opposing team summoned a primeval. If they kill it, they win this. It's not over. Kill that primeval. Your allies back, and they scored a kill. Envoy's dead. Kill the primeval. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
I have no idea where this nigga could be at.
Your allies invading the other side. Invaders off the field. Your friends down. They're coming back to your side.
Fucking Riptide killed me from that far. Ain't no me, nigga, bro.
Envoys ate it. Now devour that primeval. The lead's yours. Opposing team's about to win. I gotta call it. Enemy team melted their primeval. Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Shit got stats for all the one for all on that. Yeah, I figured.
I sent that nigga Tyson the invite. That nigga ain't accept that. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh shit. My bad. I ain't already seen that shit.
That boy's over there running, man.
It's the last game of the game right now.
Send
About to
send
go
the
back in the
invite, man.
Crucible. Oh, we in the middle of the game now.
Oh. Uh-huh.
The what?
Hive, bring a sword.
That nigga said I'm on the phone.
Be
How?
brave, be notorious.
Oh, he called
Takes
you
about
off?
100 of Shax's
talking to
red
you,
jacks
man.
to kill a Hive knight.
No, he not.
Why does he bother building them? Get ready for transmat. Kill
That's
the
called cardio
hostiles.
host.
Grab the moats, drop
He
them in
wasn't
the
talking
bank.
to me. He was talking to somebody. I don't know who it was.
Hey, bro, you saw how the niggas let me get McCaffrey and Kelsey?
Incoming at the gulch.
Yeah, that's a pretty good team though. I can't get none of them niggas because I keep getting stuck with Joe Burrow. I tried to niggas let all the quarterbacks. I had a chance to get all the quarterbacks, but I took AJ Brown and Jamar Chase, and Hurts was about to make it back to me, but back.
You like that?
Yeah. I think that team that I got though gonna be solid.
Hostiles incoming at the depot.
I ain't want to really take Miles Sanders, man. Big nigga.
Miles Sanders is decent, bro, but the problem is that
Going against the second best pass.
no, not just that though. They be running what's the name too though.
In the game well.
Large blocker
Yeah.
outbound.
I done bought so many other kilos sesame cheese, bro. I just can't get a wrap, bro.
Hostiles
I just
incoming at the
can't.
cabin.
Ain't get a wrap. Not looking out for me, bro.
Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Little
Enemy
bitch said I'm
invader
playing
down.
wrong.
Nice. You just hit the other side with a medium blocker. That'll keep them busy. Your allies invading. Got eyes on a high-value target. Track it down.
Oh, we ever want to ban one nigga.
You're close. Bank and summon that primeval.
Yeah, LightFall looking pretty tough, bro. Oh, that's
Your
crazy.
invader's back with one kill.
LightFall looks amazing.
You've summoned a primeval. Kill the envoys, then bring the house down.
Geek.
Trying to go to 17. Oh, bro.
Envoys in the dirt. Now kill the big guys.
It's a different villain that LightFall is doing.
Yeah, the LightFall is going to be like a whole new world. It really looked like what LightFall they really was supposed to do. Destiny 3. That's what it really looked like. It looked like Destiny 3.
Watch your back. Invader
Where you see
incoming.
a trailer? You just a trailer out of front?
I've been
Trailer. It's been trailer.
But they got like an in-depth joint. To look at that shit really look like Destiny 3, bro.
Where is he at? Oh, I see. He's over here.
Bro, you coming at the rim full speed like that now, the pass, bro, you done.
Opposing team's got a primeval.
This
Kill
nigga,
yours
bro.
now.
You got
You're in the
decent
lead.
done. You done.
Basketball scores. Chicago Bulls suck. I told my homie they was gonna be better than us this year.
Invaders
No
here.
How
snap
nigga done
Brace
invade
yourself.
again? How,
Hey, you
bro?
know who
Allies
snapped
invading
yesterday?
the other
Tice,
side.
bruh, and shot 100%, 9 for 9. This nigga Mason Plumlee had 21 points, 12 rebounds,
Convoys
4
8.
assists.
Now devour that
Coming to you,
primeval.
coming to y'all now, coming out here in the middle, coming right in front
Your
of
invader
y'all.
is down. Pulling them back.
Bruh, that nigga Mason Plumlee was 9. He shot a, listen, hold on. He shot 100% at 21
Invaders
points,
out.
12
You'll
rebounds.
get them next
bruh.
time.
Come on.
And I had that nigga on my card, bro. That's why I was picking that nigga, bro. He was
Against the
snapping.
Bulls,
Yeah, against Vucevic. That nigga was playing. He wasn't playing against no bum ass center either. They playing against a decent center. That nigga nasty.
Oh, I should go through it. So.
Allies headed to the other side.
I'm kinda mad I ain't get a red
You're in
box
the lead.
prosperity after seeing that shit.
hey,
Ally is down. Pulling them back.
Come on.
He.
Envoys eliminated. Focus on the primeval. Invader inbound. Hunt him.
Come on, bro. No way, man.
That
No special
primeval's
over here.
nearly dead.
A nigga
You're in the
invaded?
lead. Take down
Nigga
that
gonna
primeval,
invade.
and this gambit's yours.
He's up top. Hierarchy of needs.
Opposing team's about to win. Invaders out.
Oh,
You'll
so
get them
tough,
next
man.
time. Gambit's over. Opposing team put their primeval on ice.
He boots.
What?
5.
Oh my
Just went
god.
through the break on the river.
take it back.
Almost fell in the water, bro.
In that water.
Be right back.
Real nigga.
Been that block, like, you could try out, like, that's how it stopped, like,
That's a good bailout. No paint protection. Nah. He a stretch 5. Or stretch 4 actually. So the interior is pretty much pussy.
damn, Tyson, you mad? Your headset broke.
NYC New Moon. NYC New Moon.
Better plug in some earbuds, nigga.
I've been told.
Nigga headset just broke.
What kind he got? Beaches.
No,
Dollar General.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
got
got
them
no
beaches.
beaches.
The Dollar General would be alright.
You still use them Arctic joints, Cardi?
Hell yeah, it's the best headset.
Them DGs.
Man, I
Them
still ain't never
DGs,
go
you be alright.
online and get my settings changed online.
I ain't do it
I
either.
tried to. You ain't do it either?
Nah, hell no. I'm using them the same way I got them joints. Just been
Ah,
perfect.
Now you gotta go ahead and do that, man. You enhance your, but you don't play battle royales that much, so it kind of don't matter.
Yeah, it's just a firmware update or something like that. I just ain't.
Just chillin' in the studio, trying to get to you, babe.
Boy, schoolboy Husel.
Be that black.
Is Schoolboy Q a schoolyard crip? Is that where the name comes from?
Come on, Schoolboy Q.
Yeah.
You mean is he associated with Crip?
I know he said he called himself a loke on a couple songs I heard. That's crip. So I didn't know if he was like schoolyard crip.
Yeah,
that's where
he
he
is.
got his name from, Schoolboy Q.
That's where, he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just putting two and two together.
He had a little run, man. Yeah, that nigga had a little run in the 2010s, man. When ASAP Rocky first came out and ASAP was on fire. Yeah, ASAP Rocky. It was one point niggas thought ASAP Rocky was gonna be amazing.
Rihanna thought he was gonna be amazing.
He's pretty good, right? ASAP Rocky good, though.
Didn't ASAP Rocky like get in some trouble or something? What was it? He was
yeah, that was overseas joint.
The great President Trump got that nigga out.
Yeah, if you do something overseas and you come back to the States, I mean, you pretty much gravy, right? Just don't go back over there.
Yeah,
right?
something about yeah.
Not like they gonna expedite you over there or something.
Nah.
So sweet in the pen.
Don't spin that block like.
Oh, so you know what that brings me? That got me thinking about them people who went to what was it, Mexico on a trip and killed that girl down there or something. Who you
Oh no,
about
they
not too
done.
long ago?
Them
They
niggas
done,
is
'cause that's murder.
That's murder, and they getting them sent back to Mexico. Like they crime, like they gonna get charged in Mexico. Yeah, they done. You can't kill somebody in another country or something. Cause they gonna get expedited back there.
Yeah, nigga, we
They gonna get expedited expeditiously.
Expeditiously. You ain't trying to be locked up in no fucking Mexico. Like that don't even sound appealing. Like.
They killed like a Mexican. It was a American citizen, right? They killed over there.
Yeah, the shorty was from Charlotte.
Yeah.
He was from Charlotte. Yeah, it was supposed to be their friend.
I wonder why they want them expedited so bad back then. I mean, it ain't like they killed the Mexican citizen.
But you can't commit murder and they, you know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. I'm not saying like they get away with it.
Well, I think it's a part of the U.S. that the U.S. wants motherfuckers to know that they just can't go over there and murder people.
Just think about it. If they get away with it, imagine how many people gonna go, oh, we could just go to Mexico and kill a nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I get it. I'm just saying, like, I guess it's the U.S. pushing the expedition then.
Yeah, no, they are. Yeah, Mexico.
Because I'm
Mexico
saying, it doesn't seem like Mexico would really, or extradition, yeah. It don't seem like Mexico would really care that much.
Nah, but they want Mexico
citizen.
Mexico actually did care. They actually want them to come back over there, and the U.S. is pushing it like, hell yeah, y'all can have these bum ass niggas, yeah, for sure.
Appreciate
My
that
bad,
money.
my
I knew
bad,
something
my
was
bad, my
wrong. I
bad.
said extradition. I said something ain't right with this shit. Extradition. But it's
They
fuck up.
stupid though, man. They deserve it, man. They some idiots. Dummies, man. That's what they get, bro.
There was something wrong.
I
There was something wrong with them, bro, because that was already pre-planned, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was, bro. Saying they deserve what they get, bro.
My fault, turn. You was open though. I didn't see you until after I started dunking though. This nigga Ty Dolla $ign. I feel like I played with this nigga before, played against him. Same here. Look, Ben Simmons, you done mastered it. How that Ben Simmons kind of rough.
Hey, yeah, man. I don't even be expecting to do that shit, bro. It just be aggravating. I have to follow through.
That little hook shot and it be green too.
It be worrying me.
Not like
every
he
time.
can do that in real life though. Every time I see him get the ball, bro.
That nigga did this shit like 3 times the other night when I was watching.
Did he?
him. Yeah.
Okay, I watched him a little bit and I seen him get a little.
That's his, yeah, he do that shit so he don't have to go to the free throw line. He do it so he don't
Yeah,
have
but I
to go to
seen
the
him
free
miss it like twice the other night, man. Who was I watching him play?
throw. Oh, that's all fuck.
I'm trying to think who I was watching him play. But he was close to the basket. I'm like, I be wanting him to dunk it.
Nigga, that's a jump shot.
Or try to dunk it.
That nigga sucks, bro.
That's what I said.
Ben Simmons, like the fact you went from a.
Was they playing
from
Philly? Was it Philly?
Yeah, they were playing Philly. Yeah,
They playing Philly, man.
yo, because they kept booing him every time he got the ball.
Yeah, that's when it was. I was like, bruh, he had like 2 layups like that he missed that I saw.
It just blows my mind that he went from an All NBA talent. Like this is Ben Simmons, bro. First team All NBA talent to just a bum ass nigga. Like even Doris Burke was like, yo, what is this nigga? What's up with him?
I don't understand why you scared of play basketball.
Supposed to do something in the shower, but
I never
it didn't.
understand
I
that.
don't get it.
It wasn't gonna stick, so it was like a waste of $1.50.
Nigga,
You
Ben
should
Simmons.
have dunked it that time.
I don't know why he even did the layup. I ain't want him to do that shit, bro. I just wanted to dunk. He activated that dumbass layup.
I mean, it's about to be a dunk.
I should have shot it, man, but I ain't feel comfortable.
AI came over and found me like that?
Just run the beach when don't look. Just want to get smacked with the grip.
Like NYC Nunu.
Something like
That court.
that. Extra
Good
nah,
God.
strip.
Okay, boy, you gonna be down there all day.
What the fuck? And they gonna score off that? Oh, I'm about to say, bro. I'm mad they scored.
That was a stretch five's chance right there, and he missed it.
I don't want it.
Like
Stretch
Put it on. No. Just put it on. See that it's your side.
That damn lean. Oh, he missed it.
New nails.
oh shit.
Peace, you want to run some Crucible or no?
Ooh.
You said what?
You want to run some Crucible or no?
Crucible? Yeah, I run a couple.
They know what happened after I got touched.
Yes.
I was late.
Yes, I do. What's the problem? All of this.
Took away my down. Took away my down contact meter.
What do you need? I mean, you want to date me. You don't want to date me. You want to see me.
Hey, Tyson.
Then you don't want to see me.
What's up?
The solution is to ask me to marry.
Run all the way. All the way. Oh.
I ain't know if you fixed it or not, my guy.
I didn't. Had to do a
Damn.
the old Walmart swap-a-rooney.
I
Yes, sir.
don't know.
Oh my god. Almost done with this game.
VS.
I'm sorry. You really said
My bad. Dang. I keep passing this up.
Focus me some legs real quick.
and I mean it.
What the fuck you hit me with, man?
Keep passing them up.
Don't go like the horse.
So you don't want to marry? We can't be serious right now with all this that we're going through.
Oh, what, Danny? I'm not going to.
Well, I guess I am.
Boy named Animated Freak.
They know what happened after I got touched.
Fantastic Goon. Hey, yo, this dude named Fantastic Goon.
Why do you have to be married right now? It's either me or her.
Decent
Hey,
name.
bro, get your little bucket, man. That's his first bucket of the game.
We had all day.
We got some decent randoms. That's all
Tell
niggas
what?
ask for.
The nigga's an anti-fanatic.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to feed that nigga because I kept missing him.
Chad Lil C is an anti-fanatic.
And it's not in this, whatever this is.
Oh. Now let's see.
Got you on the
I was just trying to get it out of my hands.
Sent it. All good.
Oh, Turk.
Fanatic.
My bad, Turk. It looked bad. It looked bad.
Okay.
Two of them on you.
Sorry about that.
Us.
You want me to leave?
I should just let it
All you
go,
needed
though, 'cause
some
it's
decent
it's
randoms,
78 to
bro.
48.
I'm asking.
You can watch TV, you can chill. I just
Love that down shot, boy. Especially in the Hall of Fame.
You go that way, I'm gonna go through the front.
what
Maybe
now?
that's the shot with your gun.
I should
Hey,
have
you
waited.
wide open.
Damn, bro.
You wide open, you shoot it. Good shot.
You're high.
He probably tired of I kept missing him the whole game, so he probably like.
If I talk to you when you're sober.
Yeah, but I ain't missing. Wide open. Didn't want to shoot it. Maybe he ain't expecting to pass on the ball.
No, I'm busy.
Right then, I don't know.
That's a tough one.
I still off.
Soft.
Oh, dang, that was at the bottom of it.
CBSD, shot with your gun.
Oh, shoot. I mean, he got like a...
I'll freeze up. I'll let you know,
Oh,
okay?
boy.
I'm gonna go take a bath.
Shoot that money.
Damn.
We've done that before.
If you could lay down.
In the small bed.
Yeah. Cool off.
Okay, just slip it off.
Yeah.
What's the
Booty, butt,
small
cheeks,
bed,
ain't
small
they?
bed? We've done both.
Got pretty good team.
They gonna... X probably gonna quit. What helps when I got... We don't have to worry about no paint protection at all, though. I don't know why you would make a build like
Everybody
that.
was
Yo, you know what's pretty cool, bro? We really about to see, like, this nigga Kareem, we really thought that nigga record was never gonna be through.
I'll be right
Like,
back.
the last time...
I'm switching mics.
Yeah. Like, think about it, this nigga record hasn't been broke for 38 years. So think about it, this nigga Turk was what, 2 years old? Isn't that crazy? And then when you think about it, like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was 2 years old when he held that record.
I don't know when he retired. He must have retired in like 83, 82.
I'm saying that record hasn't been
82, I was
touched.
1 year old.
But yeah, that record hasn't been touched for 38 years. Think about like LeBron record going. That shit ain't gonna know. We might not even be alive to see that shit get broken.
It's gonna get broken, man.
Bro, this is the issue with LeBron's joint. It ain't like he gonna break it and be done. Like let's all right. So let's say Luka. Let's talk about Luka. Let's say Luka got a chance to break it, right? This nigga has to play for 25 years.
And then
Well, I'm
nigga,
just
and,
saying.
and he already said he not playing that long. So
No, I'm just giving an example, like, cause look, this nigga LeBron said he's not leaving until both his sons is in the league and he can play with both his sons. And then this nigga LeBron is averaging like 33 right now. Yeah, they gonna make the bro. You really think a
Come on,
GM?
bro.
Well, I mean, outside of nepotism, like I guess yeah, cause they LeBron's son. They'll
Yeah,
give
they
him a
gonna
shot.
make the
But
league.
his son
And
Bronny, he don't. I mean, is he? I don't know. I don't know.
Bronny's gonna make it, bro. I don't know if you've been watching recently. That nigga Bronny, he didn't grew to 6'4". This nigga, he looking solid. But it's just the fact that this nigga LeBron, it ain't like he gonna break the record and be like, yo, I'm gonna holler at y'all, I'm out. This nigga
He
gonna
just he
keep
just had.
playing. So this nigga Bron is gonna eclipse 40,000 points, bro. It's gonna take the next human. You gonna have to average like 27 for 25 straight years. Like I don't know if that's. And we've seen some amazing scores. Like we've seen KD, we've seen Steph. Like we done seen some niggas touch the league. You gotta think the next nigga is
Where
gonna have to.
KD at? Where is he at?
Alright.
As
I'ma
far as
holler at y'all, bud.
I'll tell you in a
where
second. I'll tell
LeBron
you what
at?
KD at.
He got to be somewhere up there, I would think. Right?
KD not catching him though, bro.
Yeah, no, he not. It's going. The nigga that's going to possibly break that record is not in the NBA right now, and that nigga's gonna have to play for almost 30 years. Like that's
You
crazy.
talking about Wembanyama?
No, I'm not even talking about Victor. I don't even think Victor gonna break that shit.
I
Bro.
know. I'm just asking to see who.
No, I'm just saying, just the person not in the league right now. It's
Oh,
probably a
you
little
just saying
kid.
they're not in the league.
Yeah, it's probably a little kid somewhere.
Oh.
But this nigga LeBron might retire with like 46,000 points. That's absurd, bro. You got niggas that don't even have that many passing yards in the NFL. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
That's ridiculous.
Cause he old, Turk. What you mean?
Threw the heater on and
I don't know if I only throw my pass accuracy up there.
My son KD is
Or
14.
should I? Let me see.
Hear me out?
He what? 14?
Yeah, he 14th all time. He about to be 13th. KD only gotta score like 30 points to pass Oscar Robertson. Then after he passed Oscar Robertson, he only gotta score 200 more points to pass Hakeem. So KD gonna end this season. KD gonna end the season at 11. And at 11, he's gonna be right behind Elvin Hayes. Right there behind him. The next season, KD gonna probably jump in front of Shaquille O'Neal. So KD probably by next season, KD gonna be number 8. He's gonna be number 8. He gonna pass Melo, Shaq, Moses Malone, Elvin Hayes, and Hakeem, and Oscar Robertson. He gonna pass all them niggas. But yeah, Bron right there on Kareem Hills. Kareem got 38,387. That nigga Bron got 38,230. He about to pass that nigga.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he definitely, yeah. You gotta think the next nigga is gonna have to average 27 for 25 years, bro. That's not even, the only nigga that can do that is Turk in my career. Some dumb shit like that.
Check how much you average in my career.
Probably 50. Well, he plays the game the right way, so yeah, never mind. I lied.
Actually, you don't even gotta tell me. I'll just check when I get up there.
Yeah. That nigga Turk, you know, Turk played my career like it's like real, like this nigga ain't trying to get badges. He good pass computer, like nigga. I take every shot in my career.
Hey, bro, I be spamming the fuck out of it, and when somebody else scores, I be mad as fuck. Why the fuck did they pass me the ball?
Bro, the only time the computer's supposed to score is when you get playmaking badges. This nigga Turk pass the ball for real.
How you feel about mixed match, Ashford?
It's good on guards. It's good for PGs. Only people that should run this
sense
PGs.
for me, huh?
No, only people that should run this point guard.
It say beat taller defenders off the dribble in one-on-one situation. I'm thinking, like, when I catch it in the corner, trying to get past niggas.
But you're not activating it all the time, whereas a point guard always has it active in a pick and roll or 5-out. It's always an active badge. It's not going to be active unless you touching the ball. Like, the reason why it's good for point guards because they always got the ball, pretty much. Yo, what's wrong with this shit, bro? Oh, I was about to say, this shit ain't fine at nobody. Like, damn. It's not a. I'm not saying it's a bad badge. It's just good for
No,
niggas
I'm
like.
cool. I'll just try that.
It's good for niggas like Proof.
I could finally put on Break Starter. Huh?
Gary's probably on his way.
A badge that's good for niggas like Proof. Jesus Christ.
I finally got I put my pass accuracy up to 70. I still couldn't get it to 76 yet. I got bronze Break Starter, but I could put it on silver. How you feel about Vice Grip?
It's a good badge.
Well, I was wondering if you can.
I got it on silver now versus putting that.
It's a good badge. I don't have it. I don't run Vice Grip.
Matter of fact, I'm about to be able to core it. Matter of fact, I can core this badge. I'm tripping. Give me them points back. I'm about to put Break Starter on silver.
It's a good badge though. Bro, this lady lost her job, right? This lady lost her job, right? Hey, turn down a little bit, please. This lady, she lost her job, right, as a teacher. She was so depressed that she jumped into a polar bear enclosure in the zoo. Like,
you talking about the black chick?
No, this is a white lady. She jumped in a polar bear enclosure and she got mauled. Like, they was mauling her ass. So the zookeepers tried to get her dumb ass out. And while they had her halfway up, she kind of a heavy lady. She not Lizzo, but she like Monique on the Parkers. They get her halfway up, her big ass break the rope and fall back in the water. So now the polar bears is just mauling her dumb ass. They was about to shoot the bears, but she was able to kind of get away. And the bear, I guess the bear got bored because he probably was like, man, this is too easy. This is an easy kill. I don't want to kill you. Nigga probably got bored, like, she ain't fighting back. Cause it's a polar bear. You don't got no chance, nigga. Like, bro. Come on, man. Then this lady had her kid. They was looking at the African wild dogs, right? They was looking at the African wild dogs. Her dumb ass lifted her kid up so he could get a better view, but this nigga fell over the fence.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Where did you see that? Is that World Star?
Nah, it's not on World. You're not gonna see the video. It's just stories of the top 3 dumbest animal kills. So her kid fell over the fence, and the African wild dogs demolished this little nigga. Like he got demolished. Yeah. And then the last joint was these 3 niggas. They kept bothering this this tiger, Siberian tiger. They kept bothering it, like turning their back on it, clowning it, throwing stuff at it. So this nigga jumped over a 12-foot wall and killed one of them and put the other 2 in the hospital. And they sued the zoo for $900,001.
Yeah, use that speed.
Like, I don't know why niggas keep fucking with animals, bro. Like, leave them niggas alone, bro. Them niggas is they.
Did y'all see a black screen?
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Now I got a black screen.
Then you have some niggas trolling hippos. Nick, bro. And the hippo bit the nigga arm off.
Hey, bro. That's why I don't fuck with animals, bro.
Yeah, leave them niggas alone.
When you core a badge, right? Say you core it on silver, let it go up to gold. You know how if you don't have gold put on, it don't activate your it's not gonna let you core it on gold. But when you core it on silver, you still get points towards gold.
I don't know about that. No, that's something I don't know about. That's why I never cored until I get into the highest level. You know what I'm saying? Because I always felt when I did that, I wasn't getting progression. You know what I'm saying? Like rebound chaser.
I need it. Well, that's just my vice grip. I could have vice grip with gold, but I chose to put on break start and bail out.
That's exactly what
that's two good badges right there. That's two.
Yeah, I mean it's worth it, right? I would think it's
like yeah, break starter and bail out. Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, is this too soon?
Hold on.
Well,
playoff.
Going on, Proof. You getting back from delivering some Trojans. Deliver some Trojans.
Oh, wait a minute. What was the funny thing this bitch
You know, you can go shopping when Walmart don't have enough people to like pick the stuff out. They have you shop for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking about like
Okay.
an
Yeah. So
Instacart
what are
type
the
shit?
items? What the shit? What the fuck that was? It was like I don't know what women do with it. Oh, I
A
don't know how they
dildo?
stick it. No, no.
Come
I
on, a
don't know how they.
tampon?
It was something like for smell. I guess a pussy smell.
Oh, a douche? She got a
No,
He talking about
not,
some Summer's Eve. She got some Summer's Eve in that hell?
something like that. I don't know.
what
She,
happened?
but she, I would just go buy that hoe. I wouldn't let
Yeah,
Crew
hey,
goofy
yeah.
ass deliver
Damn, I
that to
should have
my
taken a
crib.
picture. Actually, wait a minute, hold on. I looked this shit up on my phone when I was there because I couldn't find it. So I had to
When you were
search on the
curious.
Walmart app. Hold on.
She had you getting some Summer's Eve, man.
Hold on, let me give you the exact name
Hold
of
on,
this shit.
bro. I accepted your invite and I'm still in the black screen. Do I gotta quit out?
Yeah, you
Okay,
should
here
went
you
to
go.
the dash. Man. What's it called, bro?
Game
THD.
sucks.
You said
Peace,
THD.
peace. Damn, you probably heard that. I'm gonna say don't dash. I'm gonna say just go to
Let me see the
the
exact
change
name.
character. And
I had to click
go
on
back
it.
Oh,
in.
you're too late.
You said it says THT?
Yeah. Next time that happens, just go to change
PhD.
character.
Okay.
Say it again?
It's the pH
It's
balance shit. It's the shit. Her
Oh
smell
yeah,
probably,
her
smell was
yeah.
probably off. Yeah, that shit probably
Yeah,
was
it's a
woofing
little
down
funky.
there.
Damn,
She's
except
trying to
wolfing.
make sure that balance is right.
Yeah, that joint was probably, you know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, and niggas
That
will
shit
go
was
up to
woofing.
anything raw.
Yeah, that's
You
crazy.
be realizing these females.
Bro, I've only experienced that one time, bro. With a joint, I was like, nah, I'm good. You smell like, bro, it's that smell. I told niggas, it's that smell. You ever had pizza and it just be like pizza grease? Like it's like I don't know how to explain the smell, bro. It smelled like
Nah,
Cardi
for
lying.
me it's just it's
Cardi
fish.
still hit. He lying.
It's fish,
no,
bro.
bro. I'm not, bro.
I
Don't
done
do that.
had, bro.
I'm not
Don't
that
nothing,
desperate for that joint, bro.
don't nothing kill it. Like I can't do it if it smells.
Yeah, that's
I just
not.
can't
Yeah,
do it. I
bro.
physically can't do it.
No, yeah.
Like,
If it fucks with your brain, bro. Like you can't
yeah,
even
bro.
focus no more.
Stinks, bro.
Bro, that joint
Yeah.
just be that joint just go right
Yeah.
there. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, that's a fact, bro.
You
That's
can't
with no
focus.
pizza
You can't
grease.
focus, bro. You can't focus. Yep.
That joint smell like a fresh DiGiorno grease. I'm talking about like,
It's called THD.
Why you want to run some
Acid.
records?
why was she? But that's the thing. She must have been too
Vaginal.
embarrassed to go to the store. She probably was too embarrassed to go to the
What's
store.
it, vaginal? What's the name of this shit? Okay, man.
So she
You
was
see
like,
I
boric
know why she
acid,
did that because
vaginal.
they got self checkout now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they
that's true.
do, but this she probably
Yeah,
was
that's
like, she
true.
probably went on the
No,
Walmart
it wasn't.
Star app.
I didn't just get that. I got other
No, it
shit
just
too.
yeah. I'm telling
She
you, this is what
slipped
she
that in
did,
there.
Larry.
She
Larry,
slipped.
she got on the app. She got on the app and she was like, listen, I'm
Like,
looking
my
for your
pussy stink.
goofiest.
Help!
Give me the goofiest worker that y'all got on this
Oh
app.
no, she don't.
And
She
then,
thick.
and then that joint, ding, ding, it went to proof phone.
No,
And she was,
actually, if Walmart.
she said, perfect. This is the perfect nigga to get it.
No,
He's
no, no, no.
goofy.
They didn't. She don't even know. No, they don't even know. Like,
I
it
know
could be a
proof. I
person
know,
at
nigga.
Walmart. It could be a person from Walmart could have picked this up. If I worked at Walmart, I could have picked this up. Oh, I could have been like, yeah, this bitch pussy stinks.
Wow.
Hey, this nigga proof.
Hey man, cut
Proof
it
had
break.
Ain't
Hold
that
on,
a
Proof, so you had to
confidential
take it to
agreement
her
or something,
door?
Proof?
You had to
Yeah,
take it to
But
her
yeah,
door.
I didn't say the bitch name. Damn.
Hey, Proof, what's your day, Proof?
You get fired. telling that girl pussy stank.
Oh my god.
Hey, Proof, about how old was she, Proof, when you delivered that shit?
Actually, I didn't see her. All I seen was her daughter.
Bruh, I remember my first ride.
Yo, Proof hilarious, though.
Bro, that was like, I want to say I was in like 7th grade.
Traumatizing, bro.
And I fingered this chick, bro, and that shit smells
And they
so
don't
bad.
just leave like when you wash your hands.
Bruh,
dawg.
it don't, bruh, it just there.
Yeah,
Oh my
Extra
god.
cook?
I felt violated. I ain't like her no more at all.
Yeah, no, it'll change your whole perception on the joint.
I looked at her completely. I broke up with the chick. I was done.
Control.
That's what
It'll do that.
I said,
It'll
man,
do that.
I said I was
terrible.
done. I was
Yeah,
done.
that joint, no, it's horrible, bro. You telling the
Okay,
truth.
just
It's
four
the
of us.
worst.
Oh, 4v4? Alright, baby.
Were you playing some 2K or what you?
Actually, I'm about to get into a money game. I'm finna see how this paint defense works.
And this
So I
ain't
can
the
test
afternoon.
Curdy out.
You gonna throw the stream up?
Go
This ain't
crazy.
money.
Man. You about to get
Curse.
busy in that
I don't
joint.
care. I mean, his excuse is I'm gonna pick the Bulls, but that's gonna be his excuse still.
Yes, 4-4. We're gonna get some cream team. Cream team.
Cream team.
We're going to. Hey, look, they coming to C right now. Look, somebody rotate that. The nigga right over there.
Damn, I can't believe I'm reading this stuff. I'm like, what the?
It's two. I got one.
That's
Don't
Zone
worry.
B.
Zone advantage is
Got him.
yours.
There's one more.
Right here on me. Oh my god, he was crouched around the corner. I didn't know who he was. He right there behind the platform. He's sniping too.
Provision better get better once they pass.
It does.
Tyson 2 piece, y'all go back to B. Go back to B.
You fine, sir.
Zone B lost.
It's two.
It's 2, alright.
He's hurt.
Damn, bro, I don't know what hand cannons. I don't got no help right now.
Dang, 2 piece a little slow.
But this gun don't shoot like it fucking I want.
He right,
bro.
Do the 2 bursts. You doing the 2 bursts? Remember, it's
They're about to get heavy.
Enemy claimed Zone A.
Zone B. You got a sword.
You have zone advantage.
I need a pulse rifle. I can't use this.
Oh, they got heavy. Oh no. But you said the 2 bursts is better?
Who's?
Yeah, it does more damage.
I had to He was about to snipe me too. That nigga was about to snipe me.
Sounds good.
And that's why I was trying to get out the No, I'm not talking about the one that was in front of us. It was the other nigga coming from the other side. That's why I slid right there. I ain't even supposed to do. I had to get out the way.
Oh, it do a little bit more damage. I'm gonna got my grenade back.
Yeah, when you can put better like there, the 4 burst is better. But
sucking.
This one behind. How do you get behind though?
This trace rifle kills is pretty slow. Alright, I'm picking the trace rifle.
I'm putting this shit away. I got put on this rifle.
They've taken the lead.
That's mad.
You can turn this tide.
Alright, I'm back.
There's one hurt.
Oh
man.
my god, bro.
We got niggas in the game now, man. I'm getting fucked up, bro. Niggas is invisible.
Nigga, let's see ain't there, bro. Nigga, let's see it. You ain't running with
They
them?
all, they at B. Tough.
What's up, bro?
They're sniping everywhere.
Where is it?
Thank you for the help, bro. I'm about to die. Yo, where y'all at? That beat. I'm trying to beat all that shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I know. Right.
I feel like 3 niggas.
Yeah, gracias.
I'm coming to be.
Sí, bro.
We can tell that people. We can tell. They pushing us from all angles, bro. God, where's the team at, bro?
I don't know.
God
Damn.
damn.
It just feel like I'm fighting 3 niggas at all times, bro. Like, what in the world? They got us in this whack ass. Hey, yo, let's push. Hey, double down. This Z-spawn is doo-doo. I'm about to just push A-side. I'm trying to flip these spawns. I'm with you.
How much sniper ammo do these dudes got?
I don't know. I've been getting fucking sniped at like crazy, bro.
Strength in numbers, Guardian.
We can sell over here, man.
My melee's just whipping. I'm record that, bro. I'm looking right at him.
You push. Just keep pushing A.
I'm hurt.
Bond just one
Oh
behind
my god.
you. You was by yourself. If we stay in
You captured Zone B.
bro,
You
this
have
spawn is
zone
horrible.
advantage.
Like, this
Look,
is
at least we got feedback though.
that like, and then this nigga putting me in this smoke grenade.
I got now long range. I got the TP.
Only 5
I got him
minutes
weak
left.
over here. Party.
Your legend, Rogue, double down.
Still one more over there.
All in the back. All in the back.
I back up.
I got my child. I got pushing that nigga.
I'm over here by heavy.
Nigga put out a monarch. Keep on pushing. I got a no.
Oh my god.
Show your enemy what a real fight looks like. Strength in numbers,
Nigga uses
Guardian.
super. That's super so ass. Bro. That under super. Like them niggas need him. Like I'm not saying he got Lamar.
I killed him.
I'm just getting shot by something. I
Somebody B. I need some other B.
My nade pushing them niggas. My nade tag.
That's
Well
crazy.
radius at B, I'm dead. Well
Is
radius
it?
at B. Yes, well radius at B. It's
Zone
three
B
niggas in there.
lost.
Get on that then. Yeah. Hit this nigga on the hit this nigga on top of the box. Hit him on top of the box.
Oh, he's so hurt. God damn, he reaching that fast. How the fuck you started healing so
Probably got
fast?
100 recovered.
You gotta catch B. You gotta catch there. I gotta space the super too. Hey, start pushing A again. Start pushing A again.
What did I do? You're winning. Stay
Start
strong.
pushing. Start pushing A. Everyone waiting for it to cave.
Oh yeah, shotgun.
Got him all.
I got him.
We'll do it for one shot.
Good help.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage is
Now
yours.
push B, right, Cardi.
Hold on, there's one right here.
He dead.
Y'all got him. Good shit.
There's gonna be another. I'm actually at heavy, Cardi. I'm at heavy.
Go ahead, you can grab it.
My God.
They're pushing us spawn.
Yeah.
Zone C lost.
Look at the bombs, bro.
Take B. We gotta take B. We gotta get B. Gotta get B right now.
I cannot shoot this one. I'm not gonna.
Zone B captured.
That's fine.
With the super, you got a super.
Damn.
As long as we capture
We
it.
captured?
Yeah, we capture it. Y'all capture it.
I ain't got
Whoever
no
got the
gun.
no bomb, they're at first and third. Should that be? Random.
Zone B
Stupid.
lost.
Wait, how did this nigga get over here?
I don't know, bro.
Where did he come from, bro? He just like he jumped up top or something. Like.
We got supers. We're not using them.
Only 1 minute left.
I didn't waste it, but
There's two sniping up top on the box.
oh my God.
So lucky, I don't
They're pushing the spawn right now.
And this nigga not playing. One of them, these niggas just sitting back there. I mean, what is this?
30
Oh my God.
Foot spawns back.
They all over it.
Do it away from land pushing up on your left side.
seconds.
They spawned me at C, so they need to spawn right behind me to kill me. That's funny.
Yeah, you was by yourself at least, so that's crazy.
Okay, go.
My God, I died so playing this 3 times in a row.
This time.
Bro, that's all niggas do now. They can play hunters and just jump in the air. That's all niggas do now.
Zones are your life, Guardian. Keep fighting. You'll get it.
I do shit 'cause I ain't had no this one. I was trying to use the SMG, but obviously the SMG is not good on this map. This nigga got a 5.2. Like, what the fuck was you doing, bro?
Hiding behind every corner, pushing out his teammates.
And I appreciate that, but
That's a fact. Right.
No, that's literally what he was doing. He was hiding behind every corner.
I don't even know if I even fought him. Like,
I did. I died down the last 4 times.
I can't back out. Like, I'm stuck. Dang, bro. You were fast. I'm trying back and play. My food probably cold as hell, so I'm sitting in the kitchen.
you don't know. You don't know.
No what?
My lover's made of steel.
So now I guess what you play more stacks now? I'm guessing that's how the matchmaking is.
That's how you do.
Yeah. If you got a stack, you play stacks.
Do you play stacks? Gotcha. You just play the cream team.
Just sweat all day.
Yeah, it ain't no relaxing no more. Like you can't just load up and just play no more.
Damn, so basically it's gonna be impossible for me to try to level up these guns. You know,
You literally gotta switch them at the end of the match.
Yeah, like right when the game about to end.
That's why I ain't do that good, because I didn't switch till toward the end of the match. I'm trying to slow that disparity. So we're playing Icy Cream. We're playing part of the cream team again. Or that's what I'm saying. Yeah, part of. This half the same team that we played before.
I'm switching to my hunter after this. For sure.
That's all niggas is doing now. 2Ps. They just play hunter and they jump in the air, but they took away the penalty for jumping. They took that off. Now you can jump and still land all your shots. At first it was still Titans. Titans is still OG, but Hunters is back, bro. Pretty much.
Why not we fucking with the game?
I don't know. Our Titans had it. I'm not even going. It wasn't even remotely close, but now
control.
They had to. Bro, come on, Nakar. You know why strand, man. Stop doing that.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why they took the in-air penalty away. So, you know what I'm saying? Because Strand, it revolves around you just jumping. It's a lot of jumping, so you know they had to take that away before the new joint came out. But with the Titans, like, I don't think 2P's on this. He didn't play the game, nigga. It wasn't even close. Like,
yeah.
It was like trying to compare Tony Snell to LeBron James with how good the Titans was compared to the other classes. Now it's just, you know, now the Hunters is like Jason Tatum. You know what I'm saying?
Show me you can take ground.
And your Warlocks is like John Morant, and the Titans is still, you know, they still Giannis.
A slight dip this year. Just a slight
Captured
dip.
Zone C. Enemy claims Zone A.
I fucking need him. She's my Warlock, man. Why did all my I get my Pinnacle.
Bro, I be getting killed by nothing but.
Trying to get all this shit
Is
15
that new shit or what, bro?
Bows?
You captured Zone B. Nah, Zone advantage
that
is
one
yours.
nigga is using the line. That bow is
Oh, what's his name? What bow is he? Oh, got a bow from old raid.
I ain't lying. The bow I get to buy is
Accured Redemption. Oh, that's not.
Why you not guarding him?
Zone C lost.
We lost everything, boy.
Bro, there's 3 niggas that are spawned, man.
And they
spawned me here. Like, I stopped doing this. Not yet. Now you spawned me there.
Hey, since it's 3 of y'all, why don't y'all play count?
falling behind. Zone advantage is yours.
I know better. 66.
Nigga, that's not about to help you.
Oh my god, what a thought of
Oh, you like your bulls.
Numbers, Guardian.
Alright, I mean, I don't know, I can't go by one game.
Zone B
The
locked.
thing defense is still a lot better.
I'm gonna say this, crew. Y'all suck in real life. Y'all just lost to the Hornets.
You captured Zone C. You
And let Mason Plumlee.
By like 20.
That nigga Mason Plumlee bust y'all like. Mason Plumlee's better than Gucci.
Done to that.
In that game, Mason Plumlee had 21, 12, 4 assists.
Zone
And shot
A
100%.
Who?
Mason Plumlee shot 100% of his job. And he ain't just shoot one shot.
By a team that fights together, stays together. Zone advantage is yours.
I tried to get that nigga Mason Plumlee. Nigga declined my
Zone
trade.
C locked.
Oh my god, bro.
The lightning is lagging
You
now.
on the
Okay.
field.
This
There
nigga
isn't a
saying like you got
player I
Kevin
could
McHale on
not
his team.
push tight.
I'm like, bro, I can't get Mason Plumlee. Like, bro, I offered you a decent little trade.
This feels good being able to play defense.
Shut your goofy ass up, nigga. You ain't know. You was sitting here driving to Walmart. It wasn't me. You was
How come you want credit for every goddamn? Who the hell wants credit for patch notes?
Zone B locked.
I do,
Power
nigga.
play. Get those zones back.
Now give me my credit.
I'm sorry. What are we doing? What's our
Give my
team
credit.
doing?
Oh, the credit for patch notes.
I'm just saying, give me my credit.
Okay, I give you a credit for patch notes.
Zone A captured.
Thank you.
Read the patch notes.
I got this shit, bro.
Cause you wouldn't have
That
known.
burger didn't work this time.
Well, yeah, I give you a credit for reading patch notes.
Thank you. You was out here driving around Cheetos.
I still am about to, get some smelly pussy shit.
Oh my god, bro, I'm just getting fucking, I don't know, bro.
Zone C
If that bitch
captured.
pussy
You have
thinks
zone
again,
advantage.
you know what to do.
Stupid. I ain't gonna lie, them niggas. Like,
I'm taking C. We gotta get B now.
Oh, man. I have never judged anybody for like buying stuff like this. I never really paid attention. Like when I'm, do the cash register.
What did I tell you? I get Blade Brides at least once a game.
Oh,
I got Blade Brides with you, bro.
It's like it doesn't matter where I go.
No, when he worked at the cash register, sometimes the girl be with him. I'm like, damn, you got a back.
don't do that.
Or it goes dance. I'm like, damn. you know some jealous, and then you be like, damn, this hoe is trash.
This nigga proved an idiot, dog.
Yeah, it's been a few times. I was like, yeah, that hoe is trash.
Dog.
You can go ahead and smash that. You should put on more than time.
Zone B captured.
This nigga proves
Have
that.
advantage.
Oh my god, bro, I just got
Princess
super
trash.
3 times in a row.
It's been a few times.
Fat girls.
It's just one white guy though. He used to come in with some fine ass clothes. I mean, he was just average. That's why I knew white people were prejudice.
Said that, bro.
No,
Because Prove is a
that's
dork.
when I knew white women
Orange
were
juice
the
again?
prejudice thing. That's when I knew that. That's when I knew. This average looking short fat guy coming here with some.
Nah, bro. This is the big on money. You know what I'm saying?
No, he didn't have that much.
Oh my
No
god.
nigga shopping in Walmart got that much.
Holding each other.
Bro. We was good. When it was 4v4, we was straight. When they started low, that's when they
It got worse.
Yeah, we was straight. Once they loaded a thing on that thing, Mark and 1968,
I'm surprised that
Zone C
tether hit me
captured.
from
You
so
have
far
zone
back.
advantage.
Oh my god.
Zone A lost.
Yeah, peace. It ain't no peace. Nigga, it's just sweat. You load into that whole Gatorade. Quench your thirst.
You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage.
Nah, niggas they get a little game in. Get they aim together. Nope. I got boot. Boot sucks in real life.
I do that.
Bro, boot just lost me. Everybody on my ticket. Everybody on my ticket hit, right? Just $500. Everybody hit. No didn't hit.
That's another dude. There's a reason you keep picking them, motherfucker.
Oh no, I'm done.
Zone B
Last
lost.
word, man. It's like no one can kill him.
Yeah, I tried to kill him, then he had a teammate come save him.
Oh my god, man.
All boots needed
Yeah, I should.
was just one bucket. That was it. One bucket. You didn't get it. Cost about $500.
I upgraded everything, dog.
The beer.
That nigga stuck me through that small spawn.
And look, proof. That would have just been 500. Are you out here?
That nigga got his fucking blade brush that fast.
Are you out here driving around?
Zone C lost. Your enemy has a power play. Don't let your enemy take this without a fight.
Behind us.
Take you so long to score, nigga.
Cool.
You used to have more points than me.
Hey, I gotta get used to
Zone C, you have advantage.
Inside shit.
You gave me my credit over. You gave me my credit, right?
I ain't giving you a credit until I see you.
Zone C lost. Zone B captured. Zone
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
might
mean,
do
I
the
tried to
same
step out.
repetitive ass move.
After I pushed one.
Even though he's repetitive in real life.
That's how you play.
As long as you don't booty bump people. As long as I don't get that shit ain't kill nobody.
Comes
To
for
make
us
this
all.
game look stupid as fuck.
You missed him. Destroy the pass.
There's another one in front of him though. That should have got
No,
hit by that.
not this time. Controlling those zones is the only path to
You can just
victory.
booty bumping with
I
anybody.
got fucked up that match.
Point guard. I mean, I can't have one weakness. I get booty bumped.
Proof. Why do you keep saying that?
Because
That
that's what's
nigga go
going
to the
on.
tower. Valor school.
Hey, Turk, you wanna hear something that's gonna make you? I'm pretty sure it's gonna make you laugh. But it sounds like something you would say. Is Turkey in here? I just saw his mic move. That's why I thought he was here. Proof, you can't score. Actually, you don't want to see Giannis because
No, I want to see Giannis. I got the defense.
you're
for
not gonna
Giannis.
be
It just,
nigga. But you
it
don't
just-
have the offense.
But as long as I got the defense for him, that's all that matters.
Proof, at the end of the day, he has to be able to score though. He's a 97 overall.
No. I don't give a shit what he is.
Bro,
He
the
should be
highest
going to the
rated player
rim.
on the game, bro.
I don't give a shit. He's not the
Bro,
highest rated player
listen.
for one.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. LeBron is.
Bro, he's rated higher than LeBron.
I thought
No,
LeBron was a 98 now.
LeBron's actively the highest player right now.
I gotta see his overalls. Let me see his overalls. Because you can't sit here and say, Proof, somebody that's a 97.
Okay, I mean, look here. It
Are you
doesn't
gonna let
matter.
me finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence,
go
bro?
ahead. Say something.
Yeah, go
Damn,
ahead.
like, damn, I can't finish my damn sentence. Like,
Hey,
Fuck your
man.
sentence.
bro,
Damn.
you can't say somebody that's 3 points away from 100 not like shouldn't be able to score. That's crazy. Now, at the end of the day, it is Giannis, and he's a 97. He's 3 points from 100. He should be able to score, bro. Like you shouldn't be able to pick the Bulls to stop Giannis. Like that doesn't sound right. Like no.
Hey, we beat Giannis the last 2 games, so just remember that.
I don't care about that, fool. Like, that doesn't matter.
We beat him. I mean, we stopped
Your
him
return
somehow.
honors me, Guardian.
That nigga
Why
didn't
y'all
score
didn't,
100.
bro? What happened in the playoffs?
What's the
Man, why you
forgiveness?
bringing
Oh,
up
I don't
old
give.
stuff?
I don't give a
What
single
happened?
fuck.
What
And it's on
happened when
eternity.
Jimmy Butler
Yeah.
locked him up in the playoffs?
Okay.
You say some stupid shit like that.
Do not care.
But regular season, like, who cares about y'all playing this nigga on a
It was a
Wednesday night?
playoff
on
when we
eternity.
beat them. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
We
Well, I
have
don't
Jimmy
care.
Butler.
It's the
How much was
forgiveness. I don't
Jimmy
give a
Butler.
fuck. Oh well.
One of our
Yeah.
brightest
What the hell are
returns.
you talking about?
Hey, Cardi, free weekend, bro. We don't gotta worry about trials this weekend.
What you say?
So we don't gotta worry about trials this weekend. It's the forgiveness and it's on eternity, so it don't matter.
Be safe out there, Guardian.
Unless you want the sidearm.
I mean, I don't. What is it? Trespasser?
This
No.
nigga said-
This
nigga told you
What
what
is the
the
name
name
of
was.
Wait, what did he say it was called? I didn't hear him.
The forgiveness.
the forgiveness.
Oh, the forgiveness. Hell, I don't give a nigga.
All right. Bet.
Damn about no
Let's go with this
forgiveness.
lineup. I gotta take this shit out.
All right, I'm good.
And it's on a
So
dookie map too, bro.
Yeah, it's on that big ass snow map.
Right. You know I
That
don't
nigga
give a damn
Turk
about
back?
no forgiveness.
Turk back, Cardi.
Hey, Turk. So I was in a Destiny chat yesterday, right? Or stream, right? And you're gonna enjoy this one, cause I feel like this is something you would say. You know, in the King's Fall, after you beat the ogres, you know you get to that wall.
Hold on, sorry, hold on.
You know you get to that wall where all the joints is like pushing you and stuff, or you're shooting out the wall.
Yeah.
The nigga in the raid was like, he was like, all right,
Get it
fellas.
out, nigga.
He was like, all right, fellas, onto the wall of dicks. Yo, bruh, I said, nah, I told Mo, this nigga Mo said, yeah, that dude sound like some Turkish say. That, bruh, that's Turk written all over it.
I
nigga.
never said anything that obvious.
Okay, so you are admitting to saying gay stuff.
Yeah, but I try to be subtle with it.
Okay,
Be on your
okay.
toes, you know.
Hey,
Subtle.
yo, keep a nigga on his toes.
Alright, yo, Turk, hey, yo, alright, dog.
You see, that's what he's talking about. That's what he does. That's what he does. You see what I'm saying? You see what
Hey,
he did?
yo.
Alright, okay, I see what you mean now. Alright, yeah, that was subtle, nigga. That shit gay. Shut up.
Hey, Proof, you can't store no more. You actually might need to go drive for Walmart, because you suck now.
He's not I'm ready. He's not a gamer no more, bro. He don't play games no more.
This
He's
the
a
issue.
casual gamer now.
When they patched the paint, they also gave Proof defense and they took his offense away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Proof. Sound like you trash, man.
Proof can't shoot.
That you were ever good. No, you were trash.
You
So,
thought you had to
hey,
read
hey,
that.
hey, so what they do on them fives that he talking about that he fixed or what?
The paint.
What's
the
up,
paint
big
defense
dog?
is
What
good.
y'all trying to do? Raid or something, bro?
They fixed the paint defense.
You about to go run some dick or what is that called? You play?
You can do a 5-man raid in a rec center.
Nigga, motherfucker, I ain't, nigga.
Bro, that basically is a fucking raid now. You know what I'm saying? Gotta make the right pass, niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Wait here.
You know what our problem is
box,
too? Hey, you know what our problem is too, though, bro? As soon as we catch the ball, we try to do a move, and if we pass the ball instead of moving, the niggas will be open.
Yeah.
I
I'm like, niggas gotta get better.
They said that. They said that on every other shit. Niggas wait till they dribble this cop and have to pass the ball.
He said to me, you know what? Because he always
Everybody does it.
I'm not even gonna say I'm not.
Nigga, you're the number one corporate, nigga.
That is fact.
Hey, this nigga Proof Land is getting his ass bust. Like, bro, he is cooking you with Tatum. Like, he's looking like real life Tatum right now.
Tatum a quicker jump shot on this 2-pick?
No, that's what's making it bad. He couldn't prove with this slow ass jump shot that they gave Tatum. Disrespecting my man, man. How you gonna disrespect Tatum like that?
Clash.
Who must have muted y'all? Because he ain't saying
No,
nothing.
he turned off the headset because he getting mad.
Hit the cookies. You can't concentrate on negativity.
He said he over there kick you like one of them kids on an airplane, huh? You kicking the back of somebody's seat.
Lawless. But didn't they used to show your KD and shit? What happened to that?
They do show
Execute all targets and
No,
make sure you're still standing when the dust settles.
Not in, they don't show the flash. I don't know why. I know it is.
I hate collapse. Bro, you about to get pissed flash. They don't show flash.
Nigga, someone just moving on.
Oh my god, behind us, bro.
What was a Monarch, bro? What YouTube made a video about this?
I'm frozen. Come on, bro. I think everybody's a shotgun now, bro. I need a shotgun. Oh my god. Come on, bro.
How did he get over there so fast, man?
You fucking suck, dude.
Pieces of tank come right there.
That's what you get for you whack ass
All
Chicago.
three. There's three right there. I might be out of this, bro. This is annoying.
Nigga busting your ass out there.
Yeah, man. And it's like one dude shooting me, but I feel like I'm always fighting multiple niggas, man.
That's how I was feeling that game that we lost.
This nigga is just so like, bruh.
It just feel like it's mad. He's fighting, bro. It's like, man, bro.
How did he kill me so fast?
Come on, man. We five of these dudes that sit together.
Is that a still series keyboard?
No, what pushing me? Oh my god.
That dude how you know that?
Send the picture with your head. You know, I rock the still series.
Oh, I forgot I even sent you that picture.
It's still series where it's at, bro.
I just spawned, bro. How am I getting shot already?
That's me, I'll never get good people on our team.
Oh, man.
They wild with the back niggas like this, bro. Like, damn, bro.
Oh my god, bro. No, because look, our team was doing better for some reason. But yeah, no, this is all over the place.
They be like, some games you be trying to chill, bro. You just gotta be turned up to the max. Every game, you just like,
Oh. Like, are we, what are we, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Everybody all over the place. I don't even know who the fucking hell. Oh my god, man. Come on, bro.
Of course, we have a war on it.
Good.
yeah.
Horse up there. I mean, everybody feel like it's killing me with all these fucking guns. I don't even know.
No Grandmaster, you know what I'm saying? Get your horses up.
I'm about to just
Trailer
chill and be.
rest. Alright,
Watch the
I'm
top
gonna
go.
go there with me. Fuck it. Heavy, yeah, heavy.
That shut them down.
What's gonna be right
Double
below us,
down.
two types, I think.
I'm here, I'm switching. Get out there.
A minute on heavy.
I got him
One
weak.
after another.
Watching backside.
Spawn split. pushing B side from C side. You put a bubble over there by this. No, I'm not over you though.
34.
Of course, he has the perfect suit for that.
5 minutes remaining.
I just wanted the orbs.
Back to B, back to B, back to B, back to B.
God, bro. Dude, as soon as I peek the other way, my first
There's 3 people here.
Oh my god, I dropped heavy. Alright, niggas change the strategy. That's like they did there, you know what I'm saying? And then niggas
Well, they spawned me at C.
That's the one we was at B left.
Actually, I did not die. I don't know how these dudes got time to come out in the middle and not get shot at.
Oh my god, bro. This shot you just red fucking me up.
This dude is everywhere, man. Of course, he's on PlayStation because he don't miss a shot.
Alright. I hate everybody going back to Hunter now, man.
You thought you gonna outgun me? Come on now, my boy. You know
That
better
shit
than
is
that.
annoying, bro, having everybody
What the fuck? Sun crash. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah.
3 minutes remaining.
everybody.
Are you already thinking about stand and dunk or contact dunk tag?
Nah, it's just put on all the stand dunks. Put on all the stand dunks and put on all the dunks that the guards got, off ones, and that's it. Basically just the off one and all the stand dunks. That's it. Nobody use like the NBA player.
There's no way this nigga is. I ran into just shooting at a wall in the spawn, so we don't know why the game is kind of close. Why we're losing.
That's terrible.
Hey, I'm over to watch that place and I'm over here with that. He's super hurt. He jump up. Bro, got tough back now.
Nah, bro. Life sucks.
It's really why everybody was just Titans, not everybody. It's like, dog. It's gonna be good. All the stream left is good.
1 minute.
Alright, we're tied. Just
Be the
keep
same
holding
about the
it.
Hunters. The Hunters, though.
Opposite side.
I can make a pizza unless you want something else.
Random pop the bubble right by B.
Turk, why are you even talking about Strand? Nigga, you ain't even buying the DLC. Your ass gonna wait until next year. That shit gonna sit.
Oh my god, bro.
Back to B. Back to B.
He's throwing at the bubble.
30 seconds remaining.
Of course, he finds, I guess he got a track on me.
Down by one.
Fuck, man.
Still down by one. Try it again.
It's all or nothing.
Wow.
Your enemy has
What a
defeated
super.
Wow, gang.
Perfect super, man.
Couldn't finish them this time. So what?
I mean, give me a 15.
Plenty of
Heavy.
battles left to fight.
I'm not mad. I'm
Nah.
not mad.
Nah.
I mean, I need it. I need a heavy 1590, but yeah.
What class you on, Tyson?
I really didn't do shit. I only got 12 kills.
Take it off.
Stasis, bro. Run that stasis shit with the triple 100s, bro. Look at me.
You said that like I just got the armor for that.
Bro, you do got a class that you got a class that go triple 100 on your 100, bro. Switch
I'm
it
not
to
on my
stasis.
hunter. I'm on the Titan.
Oh, my fault.
I'm on the Titan.
Well, actually, if we're about to keep running this, let me
switch some stuff around real quick.
switch to my Titan real quick. Send me. Actually, I'll just do a mouthpiece.
I want to use a hand cannon. I might use what's the name of that trials hand cannon?
Exalted Truth.
Yeah, it look like everybody using hand cannons now, bro. That's what it's looking like.
Whoever's leader can make me leader.
This one got rangefinder kill clip on it, and this one has under over and kill clip. What is under over?
I got a total. I got a total of 19 lineups, party.
Oh yeah, you there? You there? I respect it. I respect the dedication. I respect the dedication.
I got 8 for the conference championship, the battle royale one. I got 5 for the blitz, 1 for the AFC, 1 for the NFC one, and then I got four of the $10 ones, the triple option.
Okay.
I've been mixing it up too.
You out there, peace? You out there, you know what I'm saying?
Took a couple of those, took like there's Tony and shit on some of the lineups and the other niggas like that.
Watch Tyler Boyd be the one that
I got a couple with Tyler Boyd in it too.
Watch him be the one that like goes off. Watch it be Tyler Boyd.
You know it's gonna be one.
It's gonna watch Tyler Boyd. Watch him. Man, Proof sucks. Proof ain't even good enough to be playing that game, for real.
I got one with Boyd and Chase.
That's good.
Boyd and Chase. So that one got there's Tony in it also.
And Proof, boy, kicked your ass so bad he made you sign off line back.
You got offline?
No, he just signed back in. That's dookie ass. What's the handling on this? It's a 58 handling. I might use this one with rangefinder kill clip. Let me see. I don't know which one I want to. Got an 80 stability on this one though. Put a depth range on it. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one. me see what this hand cannon hitting for. Let me put another hand cannon on just in case this one ain't hitting for nothing. La 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 la. Me. I love you. La 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 la. Damn, Turk, you alright? You got something in your, in your esophagus? Okay, just making sure. Pause.
You never cease to entertain.
That nigga shooting that grenade at you.
Yo,
He back.
this nigga Peace ain't been yo.
Oh
What?
damn,
Yo,
y'all can hear me?
Get here. Look at the cutscene Peace on. Look at the cutscene Peace is on. Yo, you gotta hear this shit.
What happened?
This nigga's on the cutscene. Hold on, I
hope you don't make it.
I grant you yet another.
I need you hurt to make it, dog.
One
He's still here.
chance at salvation.
Load in,
the
fuck
witness in all its glory. The second's covetous gaze upon your traveler.
Look, go down there.
Cannot stop
Look at
it.
cutscene this nigga on.
Light burns for only so long. A feeble flame, easily extinguished.
Not old that shit is, bro.
But you did not share.
That's 8 months old.
I invite you to instead join me in revelry and embrace.
Hey, bro, I don't play story mode with this nigga though.
Man, I don't give a damn what you play, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, yo, why is this nigga talking?
Yeah, that's
talking. That's all people run up. I'm off.
Being devoured.
I was like, what is this?
Then I will
Niggas,
Hey,
your final moment.
bro, you know how
Cal is
old?
talking.
Until our next reunion, Guardian.
Bruh.
Nah, Peace, that's funny. Nah, Peace, that's bad. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, that's not bad.
I got a whole bunch of shit that's lit up over here. You know what I'm saying? This nigga gave me a little treasure map.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nah, that's crazy. Like that's
A treasure
crazy.
map? Oh yeah, you ain't do none of that. You missed
Yeah, you
all the
ain't
pirate
do
shit.
Nathan's, bro. You need to get your ass off Call of Duty a couple of days, nigga. Bro, you see how competitive Destiny is? That every game is just hell. Like, every game you just feel like you just feel like it, I don't even know.
These three.
Hey, I gotta talk like 10 more niggas in here, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can do that some other time.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I ain't gonna do it.
That nigga gotta talk to the whole crew.
Hey, bro, this is my multiplayer nigga. You know what I'm saying? The other nigga's my
Okay, alright, you are on your hunter. Okay, alright, you know what? I might cut you some slack for that. You don't do no PvE shit on your hunter. You don't do no.
I don't.
Nah, he really don't. You don't do no PvE unless it's like a raid. And that's it. It's the only time he uses other characters. That's facts.
Just trying to get some guns, you know what I'm saying? That's it, you know? That's it.
What? Take this garbage ass shit off.
I'm ready for this next episode of Last of Us. Granted, I already know what's gonna happen, but I like how they doing the show though. The show is fire.
I got booted and y'all already in the game.
I didn't know you got booted.
I'd be fired, you already know everything that's gonna happen.
Because it's
Play the
different when
game.
you playing a video game and you watching the show though. Like it's just different how they doing. Like I don't know.
They gonna have to deviate from the plot, so.
They already have.
When we land, send it. I'll tell you. I'm sending it.
No, they already have. Yeah, they switched a few joints. They switched how they. I know you got
Western
another
lands too. Yeah, I'm hold on. I'm gonna bring y'all with me.
You don't say nothing. I gotta watch this shit.
Nigga, don't say nothing. Ain't you played the game?
You played the game. It'll see what it is.
Nigga, I played the game. I ain't watched the show yet.
It's
the same. You just said it's the same.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I feel like when people say words, y'all just like
But that's
ignore
like
what
them
they're
making
saying.
a Destiny TV show and we like, bro, don't tell me.
Hey, bro,
I
let me
gotta see
tell
that
y'all
joint.
something. Let me tell y'all something. Minnie Mouse and Minnie Mo. Shut your ass up, nigga. How about that? Yeah, Minnie Mouse, Minnie Mo. Shut your ass up.
Yeah, I'll let you have it because it very was. It was. Hey, send me the right Tyson.
Nigga, my nigga Tyson thought it was funny. Shut up, nigga. That's all
What
that
the fuck? So if Tyson jump off a bridge, your goofy ass gonna jump off too?
Fuck no, nigga. I'm gonna throw it.
I got a parachute.
Bro, that nigga Grenader J looking like some dookie now, bro.
What's up guys, Houndish here, and today is pretty easy to find. So, let's see what it's got for us in the game this week. For the exotics, initially, we have Soros Regime as the featured weapon, and then we've got the Seoda Hamkara Grasps for Hunters, total stat roll of 61 right there. The ACDO Feedback Fence here has a total stat roll of 62, and then we've got the Apotheosis Veil for Warlocks, total stat roll of 63, so the highest for the week, leaning towards recovery and strength. Let us know what you think. But then we've got the Dire Promise for the legendary weapons. This one has auto-loading holster and swashbuckler. Grid Skipper right here has got
Like, we need you to be A1. Be A1, bro.
Killing Wind and Frenzy, so actually might be a bit of fun right there for PvP and stuff. Maybe worth checking out. And we've got the Death Adder with Hipfire Grip and Quick Draw. The 7th Seraph CQC-12. This has auto-loading holster and Vorpal weapon, as well as
We're gonna always play stacks.
Fractithist with Slide Shot and Trench Barrel. And then we've got the Code Duello with Field Prep and Cluster Bomb, as well as Frozen Orbit right here with Lead from Gold and Dragonfly. It also has one quiet moment right there. So give us your thoughts on the legendary weapons this week, guys, and whether you plan to pick any up. But
everybody games now, bro. Everybody
playing hard as hell.
up some decent stat rolls.
Get on the game and just chill. Man, these little kids about to blast you through your TV screen, nigga. Like, you ain't even... Nigga think he gonna load up. Yeah, bro, I'm just play a few games.
Nah,
Nigga gonna be in the game.
Going into your overtime job.
Yeah, this overtime. This ain't. It don't matter what you play. It don't, bro. Everything is just sweat. You get on 2K. Let me just get a few games. Nigga gonna give you 50 with Giannis. You get on Destiny. You gonna play a team full of hunters jumping at you. Like it's just. It's no chill, bro.
I was not having no fun these past 2 games we've been playing, though. We been playing nothing but Clash, too, though, but that shit, I don't like Clash. That shit whack.
This shit right here is sweaty.
Excuse me.
Why'd they do that? I don't know, man. I don't like it.
Mo, man, I'm about to run Warlock with you in this next season, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, are you now?
Yeah, man, I'm about to pull. Now I'm gonna say this: if the Strand, if y'all supers is trash, but this Warlock is Strand, oh yeah, I'm out of there.
It probably will, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I'm definitely gonna slide up out of there.
Most of our so far the darkness powers kind of suck for us, so you know what I'm saying? I don't expect it to get no better. Our station super ain't all that good.
The reason I think the Warlocks probably will have the best super is because the other supers you gotta get all close up on the nigga. You know
what
I'm
they
saying?
super
Like,
do? Don't they do that little shit from the ground or something?
Who, Warlocks?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Nah, they reach up. They reach up and they throw missiles at you. Then the missiles like explode. It's like shatter grenades. Yeah. Then the hunter like
that
I
might
feel
be
like
tough
all
actually.
them other supers. Like even if we playing PvE, you can't use some other supers. You're gonna get flooded. The Warlock gonna probably be the only one where you could run Strand and you throw missiles at niggas. The other joints, the Titans, you gotta get all close up on the nigga.
If this is Clash, it's Control. Okay, never mind. But if this is Clash, it's Control B. Fuck it, we need to get better at Clash. Fuck it. Stop saying you hate it, man. We need to get better.
I just don't like them.
I mean, what they do is
welcome back to the channel. It is another beautiful day. We have a big project in front of us. We are converting the small bedroom into our office. So both my wife and I work from home. We need a good office, and we're going to be creating a nice table, an office desk that's going to run the length of the room, the long wall of the room, and we're using some beautiful pine boards which we're going to cut to length and then join together and create one long table. We're going to be doing some painting, and it's going to be a full transformation, so stick around. It should be a good video.
I mean, I need a fucking shotgun.
Everybody be up.
The right position is the other shit. Damn, bro.
When they whole team, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. They all at B, and they in the tunnel. You bro, like, when did everybody get this good at this game? Like, everybody just good? Damn. It's just no, like...
We were planning on using a third board to kind of beef it out, but the process of joining all three of them is a little bit more challenging than we'd like, and these two boards together create plenty of desk space. So we're going to be joining these two separate pieces of timber and with another set of identical pieces of timber, which are going to go down there, and then the table is going to be the whole length of this wall. We've already measured them, and I've cut two, so we're going to go and cut the other two. Let's go. Okay, well, we have made... Yeah, but you're definitely audible. Okay, so we've done the cuts, and we're laying out all the different boards, and they fit together pretty nicely. So the next step is connecting all of these, and what we're going to do is we're going to connect two at a time and make two boards, and then from that we'll try to connect the last one. I'm not quite sure if we're going to do that before we mount it to the wall or after. Well, it's the next step in the process, and we have successfully glued and screwed both of the 4 planks into 2 main sections for the table. And yesterday we glued and screwed this one, and we sanded it today, and we've given it its first coat of the wood stain. It's looking really nice. So we'll leave that to dry for 24 hours before we apply another coat. And then this is the other plank that we glued and screwed this morning. So you can see we're gonna need to give this a nice sand up to get rid of some of the damage on this plank. Then there's a little bit of the wood glue, which is kind of seeped through. And then this seam with a bit of sanding will come right down, and it'll end up looking really nice, so you barely even be able to tell that it's there.
That still needs to dry too.
That does still need to dry.
Yeah.
How are you feeling with all this?
Good. I love how it looks.
This project has taught me that we really desperately need some sawhorses so that we have a nice working space. You can build them, but the problem is when you build them, you can't really make the ones that just like fold away and stow away, and so we'll probably have to end up buying a set of those.
I can't shoot at you. I'm literally dying in 0 seconds, bro. Like, I can't shoot. Like, you crazy.
In the meantime, I'm going to be installing these little door seals on our French doors because they tend to get a lot of wind coming through there, and in a previous video I sealed all of the window frames with little foam packers to try to help minimize the amount of air that's coming in from outside on our old original single pane windows. But these little door protectors are going to help as well, because a lot of wind was coming in from the bottom of the door, and we have little draft stoppers on the inside, but when we had the big windy storm recently, a lot of wind was still coming through there. And so this is just an extra layer of protection to try to help insulate the house. All right, so pretty easy install. You just measure it, use a hacksaw, cut it so that it fits, and then you just install with some screws below there. Yeah, and so you just screw those in, and then these serve as little protective barriers for the wind, and also when the rain comes as well. So pretty easy little hack and a cheap way to help prevent heat loss and keep the wind out. So I'd say this is a solid little product.
Enemy can't kill if they're dead.
Like, bruh is demolishing me in this hole. Like, I don't got no chance against this nigga, bro.
Nobody's gonna touch me.
I'm at B fighting 3 niggas. You shit, bro. I was about to say, you can kill about 3 niggas right
So alright, bro. The Taraba ain't that fucking accurate, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
3 minutes.
I don't know, bro. The Taraba is hell.
Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage.
Got one coat down. It looks beautiful. Like,
I'm getting fucked up.
really pleasantly surprised. Didn't really know how this was going to go with the dark accent wall, but we like it, and it's nice. It's like black, but with like a hint of blue. It's like a dark and stormy ocean vibes.
So they made
But we're gonna do one more coat, because that's just one coat, and then we'll be ready to move on to the next stage of this office renovation. Oh yeah, and in the middle of painting this, the drawers have arrived. We ordered 3 matching drawers for the office, which are gonna go underneath the table. The table has been wood stained, and so yeah, we're making progress. Like, fun stuff happens soon. You may be wondering why I'm wearing all this stuff. Let me show you. Do we remember this room? This room was the room in which all the pumps were that I removed. This is where our water pump is and our water filter. But there is a room on the other side of this wall. I don't know what it was used for, but I hate this wall because it makes that room totally unusable. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a sledgehammer and I'm gonna sledgehammer through this wall. Because it's a Sunday, I haven't exercised today, and I want to get rid of this wall. I want to reclaim that space. I want to be able to use it for storage. What is going on over here?
That's what I just found.
What is that? Oh, that's for the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Look what else I found. Like
Is
the
that
jacket.
Lanka's little jacket? It's Lanka's jacket.
And I found a bunch of fun books and planners.
How to think like successful people. God, we need to reread that.
I found a really cute memory book that we wrote in too.
Oh, that's great.
You really sledgehammer when you do that right now?
Yeah.
Really, Alex?
Yeah. Here we are, friends. We have made significant progress in this room. We've painted an accent wall. We have built the 3 cabinets, which are called Alex. So it's very fitting. Carrie found them. And also, just gonna give credit where credit is due. Carrie over here helped, really was the inspiration behind the design of this room.
Pinterest is your friend when you have a space and you need to figure out a way to make it work. We knew that we had a small office space in here. This room is small, but we both wanted to have plenty of space to work. So we played around with different ideas and thought about how it would work. At one point we were like, maybe a desk on this side, a desk on that side. But the more I looked through Pinterest, I kept seeing these full-length desks, using these Alex drawers and also just using like a plank of wood and just making it easier. And so, yeah, I just kind of got that inspiration there, ordered what we needed, and it's coming to life. And it's working out pretty well so far.
We have only just kind of laid out the tabletops here, and we're getting an idea of where we want everything to be, centering it all up. But we'll remove these, and then we'll go and get the floating shelves installed. So we have 2 pieces of 2.4 meter length pine, and we've stained those, 2 coats of wood stain to match the tabletop. And it also really kind of matches the floor in here, which is nice, with the old colored matai. And then, yeah, we'll get up there, we're gonna find the studs, we're gonna mark them out, make sure they're level, and then we will install the floating shelves. So once the shelves are installed, then it's coming down here and it's mounting the table to the cabinets. And then once that's done, really all the heavy lifting for the office build is pretty much over. And then it's just about decorating and getting set up. So let's get to work. Major challenges with working in an older home like this, what we've noticed is that throughout the renovation process, none of the studs are actually on your standard measurements. So here in New Zealand, a wall this height could be either 400 every 400 millimeters or every 600 millimeters. What we're finding out is that actually many of the walls, first off, aren't square. Secondly, are not actually on the standard measurements. So finding studs is a bit of a feeling around in the dark, but we have found some, and we're gonna do our best to install these shelves to the best of our ability.
I like it silent but here. I love it.
Like, you know how the Warriors was beating up all the games, they made it back to Coney Island. We ain't make it back. We lost. Like, it felt like we got jumped. It felt like we was playing more than 6 people. It felt like it was like 13 niggas.
Final step is getting this little Los Angeles gift one of Carrie's friends gave to her. It's actually a map of the area where we lived together and where we got married. So it's like Topanga Canyon and out there in the West Valley. So it's really cool, and it's been traveling with us for a while, but it finally has been framed. And it's the last touch in here.
Hey, bro. I'm trying to sound like a real ass nigga.
Friends and fellow renovators, this little angel has just helped me immensely. It's called a level. It has a special name. I don't remember what it is. Is it called an angel level?
No, bro, not
Please tell me. I know that there's people out there who know this. And I knew this when I bought it, but I've had it for a few days now and I've forgotten about it. It has a little magnet on here, and it's perfect for like when you're trying to get things level, but you can't use your big old builder's level. For these angle brackets, for example, was perfect. So definitely a good little addition to the tool belt, and it only costs like 20 bucks.
Bro, that's what it looked like he was dunking on. And like when he shoot, yes, that's what it looked like he was. And look, I'm gonna tell you why this nigga's gonna be disgusting.
Well, friends, cannot begin to tell you how excited I am to get in here and work. It has been a complete and total transformation in this room. Previously, we didn't really know what to do with this room. It's a little bit small for a bedroom. We were really just using it for storage, but in the span of a week, we have transformed this space, and now it is a super cozy, super inspiring office, home office, that both of us can work from, and we are both very happy with how it came together. For now, it's done. Who knows, there might be things that we change in the future, but the table is built, the wall is painted, the shelves are up, and they're decorated, and we have to show you around, so come on in. Welcome to my side of the office. Over here, it's gonna be a little bit different. We will have office chairs, which are in the mail as we speak, but I've got my computer, the new monitor, hard drive, headphones. I'll have my little mouse, which is charging, come there. Weekly planner. I'm the type of person, Pisces in me is very spontaneous. The Virgo rising in me aspires to be more organized. And being married to a Virgo, Carrie, it definitely helps get me on my organization game.
We love a man that knows his rising sign.
Yeah, I mean, then I heard that song from Kenny Loggins, Danny's song, and it just solidified it for me. Pisces, Virgo rising.
Yeah, it's a very good sign.
Yeah. Anyways, on another note, I have a new planner as well, which we got with tasks I can't forget. And I want to get back into that aspect of staying organized and journaling.
And that's cool because that one has 2022
and 2023.
Yeah.
So we're thinking ahead, folks. Then I just have, oftentimes it's really good to just have a big notebook like this because you'll get an idea and you need to put pen to paper and just get it in there, because what I've found in my life is if I have an idea and it strikes and I don't record it somehow, 5 minutes later I'll just be like, totally forget it. So it's good to have that on hand. And then over here, just another thing for just top tier tasks throughout the week. some little pinups to kind of just keep me inspired and organized, and then just a little free area for
We might
doodling.
use that for like film dates and edit days.
Yeah.
Kind of just.
It'd be like Alex's film day, Carrie's film day, Alex's edit day, Carrie's edit day.
And then like when we need each other's help for filming and stuff like that, we can put notes.
Schedule it, which
Yeah.
is good because it's like
When you work for yourself,
you have to stay organized and make a schedule and make a routine and stick to it. So then back on the desk side, we use these little drawers here, cabinets that Carrie actually found out about. They're called Alex. It's a lovely name. And it's the perfect name because this is Alex and Carrie's office. So these are cool because you can actually screw directly up from the cabinet itself into a table. I'm really happy with how the table came together. You know, these are 4 planks of pine that we screwed and glued and stained, and it looks really professional, and it actually kind of ties in the flooring as well with the native timber floors, which I really like.
cozy rug, speaking of flooring.
Cozy rug, which we got, you know, socks or barefoot, either one's good. And then we got this nice little reminder from LA up, Carrie's side of the office. She's got a mood board, she has her monitor, computer, mouse editing. I like this little setup that she's done, so I'll probably copy her style there. And then up top with our cabinets, we have the accent wall, which we painted. I believe the color was called
Cinder.
Cinder.
From Resine.
From Resine. This is not sponsored, but yo, Resine, if you're watching, like, come on. You painted our whole house with your... It's about time. Like, let's do a brand deal. So we have the floating shelves up top. We used black angle brackets, which we spray painted with a gold brass colored spray paint. We got the matching gold or brass screws as well, just to kind of keep it all in line. Then we have some kind of like, you know, thoughts on success, inspiration and motivation for musicians. The music lesson. I'm not a musician yet. I don't know. Am I a musician?
Yes.
Nobody really knows. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm not quite ready to share it here.
Fake it till you make it.
Fake it until I make it. Maybe one day. Anyways, until then, we have an astrology Bible. We have some Oprah. Sanford Meisner on acting. Real characters, which has a whole chapter on Carrie's great-grandfather, who was in The Grapes of Wrath and Casablanca. What? John Quaylen is his name. Amazing. Yeah, you can Google it. And then we have the 1,000 Ultimate Sights. I have a watercolor I bought off of a artist on the streets of Cusco. We have some random pottery. We've got a house plant. There's another watercolor that Carrie got for me right when we started dating of a man fly fishing in Montana.
Because I was fly fishing.
Because Carrie was fly fishing in Montana. We just started dating. She is our keeper. We have film cameras. We have instant cameras. We have eucalyptus in a pot. We have a bunch of Polaroids from New Year's Eve in 2017, which was really fun for us. Carrie's silver play button, a natural home, another house plant, a candle, some pens. That is it. So hopefully you enjoyed this room transformation, home office DIY build. And if you did, please give it a thumbs up. Share it with your friends or your family or your loved one if you're thinking about switching things up and making an office of your own. And if you are not subscribed yet, please, come on.
Let's get this guy to 100K.
Yes, we're so close. We're teetering on 90K. Tell a friend, tell some friends, get them to subscribe, help get me across the 100K mark. And once again, thank you very much for your time. We'll see you in the next video. Peace.
You suck. You do nothing good. Like, you suck. You're just lucky to play with this offense. Nigga, you're not good. Good shit, man.
I'm reaching 3 seconds. Ridiculous.
Okay guys, so it's about time for the reveal. I've been working on this office for a whole month now, and Claire's about to walk in, and I'm really excited to see her reaction.
Oh my god.
You ready?
No.
This is like my best work so far, okay? 1, 2, 3.
What? Oh my god!
Oh no.
So my wife Claire works full-time from home and her office is quite a mess. It's amazing to know that she built her consulting business out of this space, but if it was me, I would not be able to focus here. You may think that she doesn't prioritize organization and aesthetics, but in reality, she's just been so busy as a new mother and working full-time running her business after moving in last year. So I think it's about time to help her out with a complete office makeover. She gave me complete freedom to design it exactly the way I wanted it, as if it was my own office. So after a lot of hard work and figuring out what works best in the setup, I'm super excited to share with you guys the build process, all the key decisions, changes, and tips and tricks that I made to this space to fully work for her needs as a tech entrepreneur. Hopefully this room transformation will give you guys some good inspiration and ideas as to what can be the best work from home setup for yourself, because I think that having a nice home office is more important than ever before. Also, if you find the video helpful, remember to like and subscribe to support the channel, and without further ado, let's get started. So as always, the first step would be to clean and declutter the room to get a fresh start and know what we're working with. Although the room is small, I think there's some cool things we can do here. I like how the walls are all white, and we're gonna keep it that way because I'm kind of lazy and don't want to repaint it. For the design of this room, I wanted a more modern, minimalist, and natural look to make it relaxing and clutter-free. So I went on the internet and gathered pictures of rooms and themes that I liked and organized them into Notion as my mood board. I really liked the light-themed rooms paired with wood and some plants for a natural and calming vibe. So for the main wall, which is the feature wall, I was inspired by this Japanese minimalist style, so I wanted this to be a slat wall. And instead of cutting each piece of wood myself, I got these pre-made acoustic slat wall panels from the Wood Veneer Hub. We chose the panels with the natural oak and gray felt because it matches perfectly with the light and natural theme that we're going for. Out of the box, they are really long, around 94 inches tall, so the only thing I had to do was to cut it down to the right height. Now, this may sound easy, but the installation requires a lot of measuring, power tools, muscle, and math power. So once again, I had to recruit my friends to help out, and trust me, doing this alone is not fun. So having an extra pair of hands is gonna save a lot of time, and it's just gonna be a more enjoyable process. I thought my friend was really smart because he used to be a draftsman doing construction stuff, so he did most of the measuring and everything was going pretty well until there was this difficult part where we had to do a more complex cut in the corner, and that's where we kind of messed up.
Why is this not going in? What happened here?
You gotta shoot that, bro.
Galvin? What did you do?
I don't know. I measured twice.
So ideally, we would measure twice in everything and only cut once. However, he measured twice from the wrong spot. But that's okay. In the grand scheme of things, it's a really small thing. Anyways, he redeemed himself after that. Moving along, we had to add supports on the wall. This helps secure the panels to the wall, and it gives space in between the wall and the felt to optimize sound absorption. This is gonna help out with Claire's Zoom calls a lot, and that's because this room is really echoey. It's like singing in the shower. Anyways, installing the rest of the panels was a breeze. I love how fast and simple it was. Each panel joined to the next one seamlessly, making this amateur job look pro. So if I can do it, anyone can do it. It's quite amazing what a difference these panels can make. I think it kind of makes the room look kind of taller with the slats being vertical. And initially, I planned to cover it on the whole wall. However, we ended up leaving a quarter of it empty. There's a lot of things we can do with that empty space later on, but now that I have the feature wall completed, it's time to work on the main thing in the room, the desk setup. For her desk, we chose to get the Sway desk from Ergon Office. It's a solid wood motorized standing desk. It is 60 inches wide by 30 inches deep, which is a pretty big desk and will give her plenty of space to work on. I gotta say though, this solid wood desk is super heavy. Even with 2 people, it was tough to flip over. I mean, look at this guy's face. We should probably go to the gym more. The cool thing about the desk is that it has an integrated touch interface in the lower right corner of the desk to control the height. It's super useful how there are 2 programmable settings for it to move automatically, and that it can adjust as low as 23 inches from the ground. I think this is gonna be great for Claire because she's on the shorter side. Anyways, I just love how this looks. The entire desktop is beautifully crafted out of solid cherry wood, and using this as the foundation of the setup really adds to the natural aesthetic to the space, and I think this is gonna fit perfectly when all the other things on her desk. As for desk accessories, the goal for these things is to help her keep everything clean, organized, and functional, so that it's clutter-free and everything she needs is at arm's reach. So this is the desk organizer from Artifox. It's made out of white oak, which matches the desk nicely. It also has a metal top, which works with Artifox's magnetic accessories like these pegs over here. I think it's a pretty clever design how the solid oak base can be used for storage to hold pens, scissors, and the magnets are even strong enough to hold up books and stuff like that to neatly store and display whatever you want. I also got her these Artifox paper trays. The trays are stackable and it's made of pretty heavy-duty material, and we're going to use them as drawers in the middle part of the shelf over here to easily store and organize things, as I know that she usually has a lot of stuff on her desk. So right now I think there's too much wood going on, so we're going to add a bit of contrast and visual structure to the desk by using a desk pad. I think this natural wool material is super soft to the touch. This one is made out of merino wool felt by Grove Made. We chose to use a medium plus size to protect and cover just enough of the desk, making it a nice accent to her desk and her keyboard and mouse. As for her laptop, she's been using the M1 MacBook Air, and she likes placing it below her monitor to use as a second screen and to use the webcam. The neat accessory she's been using is the Moth Invisible cooling stand. It's hidden underneath her laptop and it just quickly folds out to get the laptop screen to the right height. The stand also helps cool down the laptop using graphene cooling technology. It conducts heat away from the laptop surface, and this whole thing can be easily removed and attached, so that's pretty cool. Next, her keyboard of choice is the Newfie Air 60. It's a super compact and ultra slim wireless mechanical keyboard which saves a lot of space and fits nicely with her laptop, which is also set on her desk. The keyboard also has hot swappable switches and it lights up. She's actually using the brown switches for the most part when typing, and replaced the arrow keys with the blue clicky switches, so that she can tap on it for fun when she's bored. As for the mouse, she loves using the Logitech MX Anywhere 3 because it fits her small hands perfectly. On the side, we have the brass notepad by Grove Made. This is made of solid brass, so it feels super premium and heavy. I also use this on my own desk, and I love how I can quickly make lists and quick notes on them. It's just so satisfying to cross things off and feel productive, and even keep separate lists to keep organized. Next, I got her these modular solid wood organization trays from Oakywood. They've got magnets built in on the side of them as well, so you can quickly connect and configure them in any way that you want. The little trays are going to be perfect for like paper clips and small things, and the bigger trays are going to be great for storing pens and glasses, making them organized and easily accessible on her desk. Moving along, this is the Q0 by Keychron. It's a customizable mechanical numpad. This little guy feels super well built and heavy. The switches are hot swappable as well, and we have the one that is fully assembled with the blue clicky switches. So when Claire works on her spreadsheets and finances, it's going to be extra satisfying punching the numbers in. The numpad does need to be connected to a wire for it to work, so I have it stored under the desk shelf to get it out of the way when it's not in use, and it's still easily accessible when she needs it. So Claire records a lot of tutorials for her clients, so she needs a dedicated microphone to up her game. This is the Elgato Wave 3 mic and the Elgato low profile mic arm. The mic is a broadcast level grade microphone that's super easy to use. The funny thing is that the mic arm and the shock mount actually came in the color black, so I thought it was a good idea to spray paint it white to better match the setup, and you know, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Anyways, it has a tactile knob in front to control volume, adjust the headphone volume, and the crossfade between the mic mix and the computer mix to decide how much of yourself you want to hear versus all the other audio that you hear in your mix. There's also a touch sensor on the top to silently mute the mic, so it's nice to control all of these things right on the mic itself. As for charging her phone, we're going to use the Pitaka Mag Easy Slider. So this is basically a wireless charging phone stand, and you can also spin it around a lot if you're bored. However, there's actually a reason for that. When you spin it to the back, you can actually place your earbuds there to charge it wirelessly, and you can also plug in another attachment to charge an Apple Watch. However, the best feature of the stand is that it has a detachable MagSafe power bank that you can keep attached to your phone, so that you can keep it charged when you need to go out. And if you're wondering how I'm keeping all this tech on her desk connected, I'm using the Anker Thunderbolt 4 mini dock, which is hidden right behind her laptop under the shelf. The dock has 3 Thunderbolt 4 ports at the back. This makes it very easy to cable manage everything and keep the cables hidden behind the desk. And at the front of the unit, it has another Thunderbolt 4 port. It provides 85 watts of power to the MacBook Air to keep it charged. So I really like how this gives a clean look on her desk, giving her a one cable connection setup. And on the side, to complement her desk, we're using the Ergonoffice Neat filing cabinet with the solid cherry wood panels as well. It's super handy to keep less used items at arm's reach, and the best feature may just be the soft closed drawers. Anyways, the top of the cabinet looks a bit empty, so I added some Artifox magazine holders for extra storage, as well as an oak wood catch-all tray to make better use of the space. And to make the space even more natural, of course I had to add some plants on the side as well. I think looking at plants or something on screen really helps relax the eyes, so it's gonna be nice for her to take a break, just staring at the plants. And by the way, everything I mentioned in this video is linked in the description below, so if there's something that you like in today's video, you can check that out afterwards. Now that the desk setup is complete, there's the rest of the room to work on. For the wall in front of her desk, I wanted to build out a shelf to use as storage for her, and we went with the idea of building a giant pegboard. I've always wanted to do this, but man, I didn't know how much work this required. There was a lot of designing involved, and we ended up using 2 boards instead of 1 because we couldn't fit a huge board into the car. In making this, there was a lot of measuring, sanding, and a lot of drilling involved. Each board is 84 inches in height and 30 inches in width, so it's bigger than Claire's desk, and we need to drill 52 1-inch holes in each board. It wasn't easy to drill the holes, even with the right tools. We needed 2 people to drill through the board. Maybe we're doing something wrong, but I'm super glad that I had my friends to help out. I could not have done this alone, especially when it came to installing it on the wall. 3 people is a must. It's important to have 2 people holding it and pushing it against the wall to get it into the right place and make sure it's level. And then you have me, who has the easy job of drilling it into place. Although it was tough and this project probably took around 30 hours, the end result is definitely worth it. We were just so happy when both boards looked straight and leveled on the wall. I'm sure this project gave the 3 of us lots of bro bonding time, and they found it very satisfying to know that we made this ourselves. However, I don't know if they would agree to do this with me again, knowing how much work it takes. Anyways, I actually filmed the entire process of making this. Let me know if you want to see a dedicated video on building this in the comments below. Moving along, I made the shelves from the extra material that I had, and I made the pegs from a long 1-inch dowel, and I just had to cut the pegs to the right length. These were pretty easy to make, so I had a bunch of them ready to decorate the board. The pegs fitted in the holes pretty snugly. I had to hammer them in, and placing the shelf on them feels quite secure. I know Claire likes blue, so this is a good chance to add that accent color in the room along with some plants from IKEA. I purposefully chose easy to maintain plants and even fake plants so that she wouldn't have to take care of them, because every plant she took care of before always dies. Wow, that went dark real fast. Anyways, I placed things she would use frequently in the middle. Also, before I installed the pegboard, I plugged in an extension cord so that we can run a power cable for the Alexa behind the board. And I found that using this to hold backpacks and bags was super handy. It's just a great way to place them when you enter the room to keep it off the floor. I made another shelf to hold tools that she uses less often, but are still very accessible. So I love how this pegboard is super customizable, and everything that's placed on the shelves just looks like it's very intentional and that they belong there. Hopefully this will keep the room more organized in the long run. As for the last side of the room, I decided to use the leftover slat wall panels and cut them into half to decorate it, so that it doesn't look too empty and it gives contrast to the wall that we left blank. To install it, I just hammered nails into the wall, and this actually secured the panels pretty nicely, so this took a lot less time to install. So this looked pretty good. However, upon closer inspection, my woodworking skills isn't awesome, so there's a lot of flaws and uneven panels. So I decided to remove a long strip from one of the extra panels and make a long edge piece to hide all the imperfections. And I think this looks even better than before, and I'm quite happy with it. Next, I wanted to make use of the space above, so we're gonna add a whiteboard and another shelf. We mounted the whiteboard using command strips on the 4 corners behind the whiteboard. Installing it this way was super simple because I wasn't scared of not installing it perfectly. We can always just pull it off and readjust the angle to make sure it's level. Next, this is the Artifox wall shelf. This is made of solid steel, so it's quite heavy. It does come with these heavy-duty wall anchors, so installing it on the wall wasn't too hard. To decorate the space a bit, I added a little dangling plant on the shelf, along with a air purifier and another plant below to make it look a bit more natural and aesthetic. The last piece I added were these Artifox pegs. I think it ties in nicely with the wood panels. I tried to put it on the whiteboard, but it just kind of slides off, but it works perfectly with the solid steel shelf. The magnets on this is even strong enough to hold up headphones, so I think this combo looks great and it's gonna be useful to hold whiteboard markers and stuff like that, but I'll let Claire figure that out. The room is almost complete, but it's just missing one crucial thing, which is smart lighting. When designing rooms and desk setups, I always look for easy spots to hide my lights to get ambient lighting, and the first place in this setup would be behind the slat walls. I'm using this neon rope light from Govee, and I'm using this because there isn't much distance between the panels and the wall, and I want to avoid seeing the individual LEDs like I would if I used normal light strips. To install this, I drilled the little plastic mounts that hold the rope light into the wooden supports on the wall. It was easy to install vertically as I just had to hang it from those supports on the side. And for the bottom part, I just tucked in the rest above the floor trims, and the final result is amazing. I think this is one of the things that sets most rooms apart. There's a ton of lighting effects that you can choose from in the Govee app, but I like sticking with the plain and simple warm white color to get a natural
I don't think you can get it no
glow.
more.
Next, we have the peg wall. I used a 32 feet long Govee light strip, and this was actually quite easy to install. I just stuck the adhesive on the light strip onto the back of the board. I'm really glad that I installed that extension cable before to make this happen. And finally, we have the desk setup. To light up the desk, I just installed 2 Philip Hue light bars behind the monitor and 1 LifeX light strip behind the desk on the cable tray. As for the corner, it was a bit dark as well, so I placed the light behind the magazine holders to light it up. So after installing all this ambient lighting, I really think it took everything that we've done so far to the next level. And by the way, as for little things to improve the setup even further, proper cable management is always nice to have. So for this setup, I'm using the cable tray from Ergonoffice. The tray is made specifically for this desk, and it's installed directly under the table. It was quite easy to hide the cables behind the monitor and the desk shelf and secure them on the cable tray with the zip ties. The other little thing we had to do was to hide away all the shiny parts of the screws from the panels. We had to cut out little strips from the felt and cover every single one of them to complete the look. Although Claire might not notice stuff like this, I know that I would be bothered by it every single time I entered her office, so this is definitely a good long-term investment for me so that I can enjoy a nice looking wall for a long time. So before we show Claire the office for the first time, if you guys like what you're seeing so far, I've made a lot of other desk setup videos that I think you'll like to watch as well. So remember to like and subscribe with the notification bell turned on to see more content like this in the future. Okay guys, so it's about time for the reveal. I've been working on this office for a whole month now, and Claire's about to walk in, and I'm really excited to see her reaction. Okay, you ready?
No.
This is like my best work so far, okay? 1, 2,
Gotcha, ho.
3.
What? Oh my god!
I'm trying to. It's not letting me fuck, bro.
Hey, how did you do all this? It's so nice.
So you think this looks good right now? Okay, check this out. Alexa, hello.
When did you have time to put in all these lights? Where did you find all these plants that I'm gonna kill?
There's a lot more space in here, isn't there?
This was just like all blank and white with nothing.
Actually, it was filled up with your stuff. Okay, Claire, let me walk you through the setup. Check out your new desk over here.
It's so much bigger than my old one, and there's like a neat drawer here. Gray is my favorite color. I also really love blue, and you've just tied it all together. Like, holy moly, the wall. It is so cool. I now know why we had to suffer all those saw noises all this time. You were cutting these boards. It's so cool. And of course, like with the peg wall, I've always been to go to Antarctica, so having that in just really inspires me.
Double press the one button over there. A clean and clutter-free space has a huge impact on just how productive someone can be, so I'm very glad that I was able to transform Claire's office to help her focus better, and more importantly, create a space that she can look forward to work in and enjoy life every day. And if you're still watching right now, thank you so much for supporting my videos and watching till the end. Make sure you drop a water wave emoji in the comments below to let me know that you watched up to this point. And guys, if you like this video, remember to like and subscribe, or even share it with a friend who you think would like this video. And that's it for now, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the very next one. Bye!
What's that?
You want me to guard that nigga, Turk?
Oh, I added a little mini fridge for you. Open it.
No way! What? Yo, it's actually cold! What is this juice? This is not my favorite drink.
Hey, welcome back. Today I'm going to show you how I built this home office slash gaming desk, which comes with a ton of useful built-in features to improve usability and keep things clean and tidy. As usual, I'm going to explain the idea behind this design a little bit first, and then we'll get into building. The thing that drove me to design a custom desk was mostly that my old desk setup was much too small to store all of my stuff and always looked pretty messy due to the non-existent cable management. Of course, I could have just bought a bigger desk, but instead I decided to try and design a much more specialized piece of furniture that solves a lot of my desk-related problems all at once, and here's the result. The biggest difference compared to a normal desk is that this has an integrated shelf on top, which solves my storage problem and provides a place to put my 3D printer. The desk also has its own back wall, and that allows you to install both the monitor and speakers directly to it, so they can just float over the desktop, which frees up the entire workspace, and the back wall also helps managing and hiding all the cables. Then there's also an integrated shelf underneath where the PC can live. And my favorite feature of all is this huge cable tray underneath the tabletop, which can be used to store all of your power strips, cables, power bricks, and whatever else you might want to hide. And the best thing is that you don't have to crawl underneath the desk to get to it, because it can be accessed from the top by opening this lid in the back, which also doubles as a space to install USB hubs and power outlets. The table is based around a steel frame, mostly just because I like welding a lot more than I do woodworking, but also because, as someone who moves apartments way too often, another important aspect was to allow this thing to be taken apart for transport. And for that reason, the frame consists of several individual pieces that are held together by a few screws, so it can be completely disassembled into manageable pieces when it needs to move to another place. Here's the main materials for the frame. It's mostly steel square tubing and some flat bars, so pretty basic stuff and actually not too expensive. Since I completely planned this build in CAD beforehand, I knew exactly which workpieces I would need, so the first step was to cut and drill all of the individual steel pieces for the frame. When fabricating this kind of thing, it's always a good idea to try and drill all the holes before welding, when the individual parts are still easy to handle, especially if you have a drill press. You're gonna get more accurate holes than with a handheld drill, but it can also save you a bunch of work. For example, with the symmetrical pieces, this allows you to drill 2 of them at once, which makes it twice as fast and also makes sure the holes are lined up. I'm also doing some weld prep here. A lot of people skip this, and sometimes I do it too, but it actually helps the quality of your welds quite a bit if you clean off the rust in mill scale and chamfer the ends of the tubing. So here's all of the individual pieces laid out. It's a bit tedious to prepare all this stuff, but it saves quite a bit of time overall when you're not going back and forth between cutting and drilling and welding. And now we can just get to the fun part, which is welding up all the parts, starting with the first leg piece, which is just a simple rectangle. So I'm using my welding table to make all of this a bit quicker and easier, and at the risk of repeating myself, I just say this again, just because I have some fancy tools doesn't mean they're strictly necessary to build this. I have definitely done some projects where you need fancy tools, but this is not one of them. All you would need for this project in terms of major tools is some way to cut metal tubing, a welding machine, some kind of drill, an angle grinder, and maybe a circular saw or track saw for the wooden parts. And then anything on top mostly just makes things more convenient and sometimes quicker, but a lot of the stuff I use can be replaced with patience or skill. For the inside corner welds, I actually like to put this type of thing in a vise, because that way you can orient the joints so that you can weld them horizontally instead of vertically, which usually gets you a better result, especially with TIG. Next piece is the other leg, which also includes the shelf for the PC. The ends of 2 of these pieces need to be capped, and to do that I figured I can just use some of these cut-ups from the same tubing. They're a bit easier to weld than just a flat piece, and after welding them on I can just cut off the excess here and then grind the edges a bit to make it look nice.
Alright, Turk, how about you make a point guard then, bro, and then you can do all this.
I wouldn't even have to say that because I'm able to.
But it's not as easy as you think, bro.
Now I'm welding on some tabs that will hold the board for the shelf, and then these pieces get attached to the long piece.
That's not Elsie's, man.
My bad. I guarded his man off the pin. You supposed to guard mine. You better did a nigga to dump.
I already welded up the outside frame here, so now I can add these two together while making sure the shelf ends up parallel to the ground.
Oh my god, this is not. Oh my, it's so ass, bro. That ain't even fucking good.
I'm about to cut Elsie. Never mind.
That fucking.
Cut now.
Shit's so ass, bro. They do not fucking give me the fucking bump.
Next up are these upper side pieces which hold the shelf and the back wall.
You got clamps?
Yeah, I got clamps.
It's a file to give. No reach.
And once again there's two tubes with an open end, so I'm using the same technique as before to put caps on them.
Back door coming.
Most of these pieces are just steel rectangles, which means it's relatively simple stuff in terms of welding it up, which is why I'm not going into huge detail about the fabrication process here. This project definitely involves a pretty big volume of work, but none of it is super complex or requires special tools, so if you have the patience to see it through, I think this could be built by most intermediate hobby makers in something like a garage shop.
Need those more. Let's go, boy. Needed those.
Next up is this cross brace, and this part serves two purposes. First, it stiffens out the whole frame sideways and holds the back panels, but also this slot in the middle is designed to be the base for a sort of modular attachment system, which allows you to install different things to the back wall of the desk. And it also provides a way to route cables behind the back, and you'll see how all that works in detail a bit later. Next up is the frame for the shelf, which is just another rectangle, so let's not spend too much time on that.
They're gonna take the very last shot.
Damn, I, yep. Oh, wow, bro. I don't understand.
I'm about to cut Elsie.
Oh my god.
With all the frame pieces done, I did some cleanup, mostly grinding the weld smooth in some of the more visible areas.
They can get a shot off actually. 0.9, they can get a shot off.
The guy got picked.
Oh.
And they got shot off. Luckily it was too deep.
Oh my god.
And since I don't like that flap disc look, I also used the Scotch-Brite pad to kind of blend in the areas where I used the grinder, and this also makes the surface look less shiny and a bit more uniform. So with that, the main frame pieces are actually already finished, which means we can do a little test assembly to see if everything fits together. And at this point the whole thing is actually still relatively manageable in terms of weight, because it's just a desk and I didn't use any heavy gauge tubing. Next are going to be some small additions to the frame, starting with these pieces that will hold up the tabletop.
Wow, I like that. Should make you doing something I don't want to do, bro. Just
And I also decided to add leveling feet just in case, so I did eventually end up drilling a few holes after welding. Next up is something pretty tedious but necessary. I have to add a bunch of small tabs to the back, which will hold the back panels. But there's actually a trick I've used before to make this a little bit faster. After cutting all these little pieces on the bandsaw, I simply put a stack of them in the vise and temporarily weld them together on one side. And this way I can now handle them as one piece, so I only have to drill once instead of 8 times. And then I just grind the weld down until I can plug these apart and do a bit of finishing, and that way I end up with a whole bunch of these relatively quickly.
Damn, man, but my fucking shot meter went fast as shit. Oh my god.
Good shit.
Next are the back panels, and there's actually a lot of options here on how you can make these. As you saw in the beginning, I decided to just stick audio foam panels on there, which is why I'm using some very cheap thin plywood as a backing material, since it's not going to be seen and it isn't important structurally. But you could also use a different material for the back panels according to your taste. Since this desk is supposed to come apart for transport, I'm using these threaded inserts for all the wooden parts. Since if you screw into the wood directly a few times, it might eventually wear out to the point where the screws wouldn't hold anymore. And with these you can take it apart a lot of times.
Hold it, hold it.
And now for the foam. Even though it has some good properties for recording audio like I'm doing right now, I actually mostly picked this stuff for the back panel because I just like how it looks, and I wanted something with an interesting texture instead of just an empty, smooth back wall. The stuff is fairly inexpensive online and easy to cut just using a sharp box cutter. I'm using spray adhesive to glue these onto the boards, and to make sure they go on straight, I glue on one half first and then the other one. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any place that sells these in large enough sheets to do the whole back panel with one piece, so I had to use 2 pieces for each panel, and I tried to line up and hide the seam in the middle as best as possible, but unfortunately it's still kind of visible, which actually bugs the perfectionist in me quite a bit, but I also didn't think it's worth scrapping the whole thing over, so I'm just gonna live with it for now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no.
All we need is one, bro.
Ain't free throw.
Next up is finishing the shelf, so I'm cutting the board for that, and I always get a lot of questions about this material because it seems to be very uncommon in the US. It's basically a high quality plywood that is laminated on both sides with a very durable surface, which is also waterproof, and it comes in different colors, but this dark brown is the most common one, and I think it actually fits quite well with the look of this desk. This board just drops into the shelf frame, and it's going to be held by these strips of flat bar that I'm going to weld on. And since I want this to sit perfectly flush with the top of the frame, I'm using a sacrificial cutter from the same material as a spacer.
I got it, sir.
I'm only placing a few tack welds because it's going to be enough to hold some static weight. So even though there's some smoke here, the board isn't actually getting burned too bad.
And they could drop 33 on Turk. It's tough.
Now we can install this into the frame again, and with that the major parts are finished. But as you probably noticed, there's a little thing missing, which is the tabletop. So I don't consider myself much of a woodworker, but a friend of mine happened to have a whole stack of oak slabs in his workshop, and I kind of got talked into making a nice solid oak tabletop instead of just using plywood like I was going to. So this footage is actually not from my own shop, and if you've watched any woodworking content on YouTube at all, you've probably seen this process of milling crooked rough wood into nice straight wood at least 100 times. so I'm not gonna go over this in huge detail, but now you know how I ended up with these nice looking slabs of oak here.
It's not my style, but I'm just saying.
Another process you might have seen 100 times is gluing something like this together to make a tabletop, but you probably never saw anyone use a welding table to do it. But it turns out it's pretty much the perfect tool for that too.
That's actually what just happened. Oh, my nigga Turk take 23 and lead us to victory, bro. My nigga Turk to be a number 1. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, look, I like it. To prove a point, I don't give a fuck if you lose. You know what I mean?
Facts. Nigga, show me, nigga.
You shoot 23 and you shoot 814.
In retrospect, I should have put something between the table and the boards here, because as I learned later, there's some weird chemical process that happens when oak and glue and metal come in contact. And among other things, it turns the wood glue black for some reason, but as you'll see, it ended up not being a big deal. After gluing and cutting it to length, there comes another YouTube favorite, which is sanding shots. Needless to say, this took forever because oak is pretty hard, but I ended up getting all of the weird looking glue sanded out. On the front side, I decided to keep the live edge, which obviously is a matter of taste, and I'm sure many people won't like it because it's a bit overdone, but like I said, I don't do much woodworking, so when I do, I figure I might as well have some fun with it, and at least it's not an epoxy table. I started preparing the edge by knocking off all the loose bits with a wire wheel, and then I went to town with the sander again, making it smooth, but trying to keep the original flow of this edge. And personally, I quite like the result. The edge has a nice flow to it, and it just feels good to run your hands over it, and kind of breaks up all the boxy shapes of the table a little bit.
No.
And then after some more sanding, I finished the tabletop with Danish oil. The reason being, it's just what I happen to have in the shop. I applied this on all sides and then let it dry for one night, and I think I applied 3 coats in total.
How many red games I played? I only played 63 red games?
I only played like 30.
I know I played more than 63 red games. Was this for this? Look like these, right?
Yeah.
You played 39. You played 39, no see.
And for the last step, the tabletop also gets the same inserts so that it's easy to install.
Yeah, Heights played 85.
I think all the red games.
I think that's per season.
Yeah, per season.
Yeah, I think that's per season.
Stomach hurt too.
You gotta take a shit.
Now we can finally bring this to the table, and all of a sudden it's actually starting to look like something, and the sun's coming out too.
I'm trying to eat some.
While I was at it, I also prepared the board for the computer shelf, which is made from the same piece of wood, so it gets the same treatment. Next I'm going to make the cable tray that goes on the bottom. I planned this thing to be pretty big on purpose so that there's enough space in there for lots of cables and power strips and whatever else you might want to hide. And this is also the reason I chose this perforated aluminum sheet for the material, because this allows for good airflow, so things are less likely to overheat in there.
How cold she is at how old she is, man.
I agree.
I cut this piece a bit larger than it needs to be, because before bending the actual shape, I'm going to fold over the edge to create a rounded edge.
And looking pretty fucking.
She married, ain't she?
Nope.
No.
And
don't forget about man, good, got it. She got it.
Hold on.
I'm just doing 2 90-degree bends, and this thin sheet, it's fairly easy to bend. So if you don't have a metal bender, this can also be done by clamping a piece of wood onto one side and then bending it over the edge of a workbench.
I like this since that movie Waist Deep, you know what I'm saying?
Next I'm rolling up 2 U-shaped parts from some angle iron, which will make up the sides of the frame.
No, it's called waist deep, bro.
Waist deep?
True.
Yeah, it take,
True. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he got
So
me
they
back.
fit around the aluminum sheet, and just to make sure the sheet stays flat against the sides, I'm sandwiching it in there by welding on some little pieces of flat bar.
And I don't do it. I gotta get better at that. Good pass, Heist.
Ain't no note.
I'm trying to play tissue again. Same shit we just did.
Before attaching the sides together, they each get a thread for mounting, and then both sides are connected using a piece of square tubing.
20 something. Like 20's like 23 days or something like that. You got it, man.
Okay. The best thing. Hey, this nigga don't play no game, bro. This nigga just sits in the mic.
Then I also put a few rivets in there, just for good measure.
The lower you are, every time I go spin, I get a 30-minute double XP card.
These are the hinges that will connect this to the table. Just 2 pieces of angled iron with the hole.
Oh, yeah, you far.
Every day.
And now I can position this whole thing on the lower cross brace here and weld on the hinges, which makes sure everything ends up in the right position.
I feel like, yeah, I'm behind, but I'm not that far.
And in case you're wondering why this even has hinges instead of welding it on directly, one reason was so it can be disassembled into smaller pieces, but the other idea is that you can actually tilt the hull cage forward, just in case you ever need to get to it from under the desk for some reason. That way you can actually reach in from the front instead of accessing it from the top.
Damn, that nigga bumped the shit out of you.
Gave me 2 boosts.
You saw in the beginning that the table also has integrated lights, and that's what we're gonna tackle next. So I'm removing the shelf board again to install them.
To be honest, I think it was that little nigga that fucking bumped it though.
I'm gonna use some of these fairly common and affordable RGB strips, but instead of just sticking them on directly to the board, I'm gonna use these aluminum light profiles, which are gonna make this look a lot nicer. And these have frosted covers, which disperse the light a little bit better, but you can also get them with clear covers.
That nigga poked in your eye, man.
This one on the side here is actually not going to have any LEDs in it. I'm just going to use this as a cable channel, and for that it needs 2 cutouts on the side first. Then I also painted this one black to hide it a little better.
Find a jump shot. What is what you use?
Now I can stick on the LED strips, and these are actually not just RGB, but RGBW strips, which means that in addition to the colored LEDs, they also have a dedicated white LED, in this case warm white, and that gives you a better white light when you don't want crazy colors, compared to regular RGB strips, which can only generate white-ish light by combining all 3 colors, which usually gives off a pretty unpleasant light that's not really white.
They tipped that? Wow, I was about to die at Heist in the corner, man.
It was what you did, but
Church wide open.
I'm trying to. I was trying to, bro. My bad.
The cables are gonna go through the back of the table to make them invisible, and for that I need to add another hole. I always make sure to deburr these holes, but there's most likely gonna be at least one comment saying this is super dangerous because it's a metal frame, but it's just LED strips that run on 12 volts, so even if one of these cables was to get cut, it's not gonna electrocute anyone.
Stay in that corner for me.
And of course now with everything finished, it's time for party disc. In all seriousness though, I'm actually not too into the whole RGB gaming look. I mostly just use the white lights, but these strips are so cheap, it simply doesn't hurt anything to get one that also has the option of going crazy with the colors. And overall it's just extremely useful to have a nice uniform dimmable light integrated into the desk. There's only one small problem, which is that the strips generate quite a bit of glare when sitting down at the desk, but they turned out to be easy to fix by simply adding some small aluminum strips to the front, which I simply stuck on using double-sided tape, and these have just the right height to prevent any direct glare without looking very noticeable. We are almost done now, but the desk is still missing the cable access lid in the back here, so for that to be installed, I first need to add this steel divider to the tabletop, which will then hold up one side of the lid using these tabs.
No.
I thought they were
So
gonna
to
hold
add the
you.
tabs to this piece of flat bar, I'm clamping it against the welding table because it actually isn't completely straight horizontally, which is often the case with the hot rolled steel. So by doing this, I can make sure the lid is actually going to sit flush with the tabletop.
Oh my god.
Just like before, I'm using a cutout from the same board as a spacer so that these sit at the right height. And now this can be screwed against the back of the tabletop.
Like Joe, open.
And they can be covered by two. And they can be covered by two niggas, and you throw a turnover.
Hey man, he's like Tyreek, bro. He said he's always open, bro.
Nah, that's because niggas gotta confirm that shit open. They just don't be like.
But Joe, you don't be open when you say you're open sometimes.
And then I'm also quickly gonna add a few more of those to the sides and the back.
That's because a nigga do be open by the time you fucking
don't.
see it.
I be watching you and I don't have the ball. I don't have the ball and I be watching you. You don't be open. And I call it out every time. Every single time. And you start laughing because you're like, yeah, you were. I wasn't open. Come on, bro. Yeah.
This board will be the lid, and it has a little slot in the back where you can stick your finger in to lift it out. And that can also be used to have cables go through.
I did say when you say open, you don't really be open. Any other time, you probably be open. That was the case. A lot of niggas. Everybody was saying everybody just don't got that.
Here's how it gets installed, but it's still missing a few holes for another feature, because I'm going to install some USB hubs and power outlets directly into this lid.
So you should be able to pass the fucking ball.
Yeah, everybody bringing in the results.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So this is what those hubs look like. You can get these in all kinds of configurations with different connections, and they usually have a mounting diameter of 60 millimeters, which is a common standard for things like office and conference desks. Lastly, I also installed some magnets into the bottom of the board so it stays in place a bit better. And I simply drilled a hole for this that's 0.5 millimeter undersized, and then used my favorite pliers ever to just press the magnets in for a friction fit.
That's some bullshit, man. Should've been still, bruh.
And I also oiled the edges of the plywood parts just for good measure.
Regular dog, nigga.
There's only one thing left to do now, which is to build a solution to mount the monitor and the speakers to the back wall of the desk. So I bought this flexible wall mount here on Amazon. There's tons of different models, and this is one of the cheaper ones, but I'm quite happy with the quality. This is of course normally supposed to be mounted to a wall, so I'm going to create a sort of adapter since I specifically planned the back of the desk so the different attachments can be mounted there depending on the use case. I'm starting by just making a base plate from some flat bar, and this plate would of course look a little different depending on which model of wall mount you buy, because they come with different mounting plates, but the general principle is quite simple and can be easily adapted to mount almost anything to the desk. Now I'm just welding on an additional plate that will engage in the slot in the back.
Yeah, heights, go on the wings because the center can't run back too that fast if you're on the wing.
The last thing is just this little plate and two screws, so it's pretty easy to build this, and here's how this is installed. The idea with the slot is that you can mount accessories anywhere you want, depending on your use case, meaning you can also use a dual or triple monitor setup and just place these accessories where you need them. What's also nice is that you can still move this around after mounting it, which allows you to adjust the position a little bit, because it can be a bit tricky to figure out where this needs to sit.
I am.
The last thing I want to add is some shelves for my speakers, which will also be installed into the slot. And they're quite simple, just some L-shaped pieces that will be connected with the board. And I made these to be the perfect size for my particular speakers, but of course they can be made bigger or smaller. And just like the monitor arm, these can be positioned wherever you like. And you could of course also just build more of these and use them as shelves for different things. Now that we're finally done, the whole desk has to come apart once again to be transported. There's only one last thing. I applied this special oil to all the steel pieces. I used this before in many projects, and although it's oil, the stuff dries up after about 24 hours and forms an invisible layer that protects against rust.
Damn.
Here's what all the parts look like disassembled, and although it's quite a bit of stuff, you can still fit this into an average sized car if you fold over the back seats. So now we're back at my apartment, and it's time to do the final assembly, which only takes about 20 minutes.
I didn't think he's gonna run. I didn't think he's gonna run in. He has takeover, Terry. I'm not about to make it over him. That'd have been a dumb shot. No, that's just a dumb shot.
So the third hole here is for this retractable power strip, and I'm going to show you how that works in a second. To do the new desk justice and to get a cleaner looking setup, I also decided to ditch my previous dual monitor setup and got this 38-inch ultra-wide monitor from LG. As I said before, you can of course also install multiple monitors to the desk, and I'm also going to put links to all of the gadgets I'm using here in the description.
Gotta hit the right page.
These monitor arms usually also have some kind of cable management, which makes the whole setup look even cleaner. And here's also another benefit of the back panel with the slot, because it's also where the monitor and speaker cables can simply disappear. Here's my favorite feature about this desk in action. We've probably all hit our head a few times while crawling underneath some desk trying to plug in some power supply, but thanks to the cable tray, installing everything was a breeze this time. These USB hubs also have a hole in them, so they double as a way to pass cables down into the tray. In my case, I want to keep the desk as clean as possible, so the only cable coming out here is for my phone charger.
That's what Proof got. 99 block, 99.
Of course, there's a bunch of cables coming out the back here, and to clean these up somewhat, I'm just sticking on some flat cable channels with double-sided tape. And that was actually the last final step, so the desk is fully set up now, which means it's time to show off the result of all this work.
Hey bro, I must have played this nigga before, dog, cause this nigga, well, they switched on to me, somebody else.
Yeah,
and
Turkman switched to you.
Yeah, that nigga's not giving me no fucking nothing, nigga. Like,
why are the Grizzlies down 9 to the Timberwolves? Jesus Christ.
Hey, Peace, I thought you were gonna go to the corner.
let's see, hold on. Okay. That's all. Shit, boy.
Defense.
Continue to fight.
Oh my god.
Before I end this video, I just want to quickly go over all the features here. So first, use the cable management tray again.
Why the fuck? Nigga, what? It dragged me to the fucking course.
On the left, I installed a hub with 4 USB 3 ports, which are also fast charging ports. And on the right side, there's a combination hub that has 2 card readers, a USB-C port, a headphone and microphone jacks, and also another 2 USB 3 ports. I also bought this nice spiral USB cable because it doesn't look as messy as a normal cable, so I usually just keep it plugged in here, and then I always have it handy whenever I need to charge my mouse or something. And it also happens to be the right length to charge my headphones while they're hanging from the shelf. Now here's that power strip again, which also installs into one of those 60mm holes. I can simply pull this out whenever I need an outlet for something, and then when it's not in use it just disappears. I think it's a pretty neat idea and actually not too expensive, and I'll put a link to that in the description as well.
I thought you were gonna stay over this.
You might have noticed there's also an additional light here, which is called a screen bar, and these have become quite popular in recent years. It's just a USB powered light that you can stick onto your monitor, and it projects a light in front of it, but without causing any glare or reflections in the screen. And you can also set the color temperature and brightness. And it's a great addition with this setup because it allows me to light the area in front of the screen independently from the rest. So if I want, I can use the RGB lights just as an ambient light for the background and still have a neutral light for the work area. On top of all that, this monitor also happens to have an integrated LED ring, which creates all kinds of fancy effects. So with all these combined, there's a ton of ways of getting different light setups for either work or just hanging out. Then there's of course the monitor arm, which can be set up for all kinds of positions, and these always have a certain minimum gap between the screen and the wall. And that's why I designed the desk to be relatively long from front to back. This gives you a lot of freedom to set the distance from the monitor to the front edge of the desk, however you prefer it.
You're the one.
Since there's no monitor stand or even a tabletop mounted monitor arm, whenever I need some space on the desk, I can just simply free up a huge area by just tucking the mouse and keyboard under the screen. I also now have a decent spot where my 3D printer can live and do its thing, and also a bunch of shelf space to put some office stuff and some of my dying plants. And speaking of it, if you wondered about the headphone hangers, I 3D printed those specifically for this desk. They're quite simple and you can just stick as many as you want onto the front edge of the shelf, so now my headphones also have a dedicated parking space. Another neat thing I figured out is that the front edge is also a great place to put notes and to-do lists using magnets. One last custom addition I made off screen is this microphone arm, or rather the mounting solution for it. This arm usually mounts to the desktop, but I wanted to keep that clean, so I came up with something to mount it to the shelf. I turned the cylinder here and welded it to the end of the arm, and then it goes into this block I machined, which can mount anywhere to the edge of the shelf. So when I need the microphone, I can just pull it down from above, and nothing is cluttering the tabletop, and there's no cables hanging anywhere. And when it's not needed, it can also be moved out of the way completely. Alright, that's it for this one. I am really glad I built this thing, and personally I think I can never go back to using a normal desk after this. And maybe I could inspire a few of you to build your own version. If you like this content, you can support me by subscribing or joining my Patreon, or by getting the plans or a shirt, or even by trolling in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching and see you next time.
Damn, bro. Fuck.
What you confused about, Peace? The wind was going
But then he started shifting right.
He was walking up the middle, dog.
I was walking.
That nigga was walking up the middle, bro. Yeah, you was just confused. That nigga was walking up the middle. I don't know what
you gotta just press record. With more and more people working from home, it's really important that you create a home office space that allows you to be more productive, inspired to get work done, as well as creative as well. And whether you're creating content out of your home office or doing tasks like Zoom calls and things like that, we want to show you all the various setups here at Think Media just to give you some creative ideas for any home office setup or YouTube studio. And we're actually going to kick it off with my own personal desk office setup, which I actually am able to accomplish everything that I need to accomplish on it. And I really think you're gonna get some great ideas in this one, as I'm able to do productivity tasks like Zoom and my Monday.com and Slack, as well as do things like video edit and create thumbnails for YouTube videos, as well as the ability to do live streams with multiple cameras, all that on my desk setup. So let's jump into it right now. So I have an electric standing desk that allows me to change the height if I want to stand and work as well as sit and work. This is really nice. I think one of my other favorite features about this desk is it's a glass top. So I know a lot of people have like wood butcher block tops to their desk, and I think that's such a vibe, but I love the glass top, not only because it's easy to clean, but it's also a dry erase board essentially, so I can write on my desk and easily clean it with a cloth and some water. And so I do use my desk in that way. And secondly is I actually added wheels to my desk, and you can do this with pretty much any desk if they have the screw underneath, but I have added the wheels because I actually like changing my desk position for when I do live stream or when I do film in my office. And so this allows me to get the angle I want. This also allows me to flip around the desk if I'd like to. And the cable management actually allows me to do that easily because I've tucked everything up, which I'll talk about in a second. But having wheels on your desk, if you want some versatility, is pretty key. As far as the chair that I use an autonomous ergo chair core. This is one of their more affordable options on their website. I love that I can just chill back and rest my feet. I don't really do that, but I bought it because of it. But it's a great chair and very comfortable. Now, as far as cable management goes, I try to do my best with all the tech I have and all the wires going everywhere. And just to start with power, I've essentially command stripped a few power strips underneath my desk. This allows me to hide cables that need power, obviously, but that definitely helps the power side of things. Now, as far as like hiding the cables, I actually bought this adhesive cable holder from Amazon, which allows me to just tuck in all the loose cables behind the desk itself. And so literally when you're just looking at the face of my desk from standing or sitting, you literally don't see anything but two cables, and that is the main power cable that needs to be plugged into the wall, as well as my Ethernet cable, because I like being directly connected into my internet so I can get as fast upload and download speeds as much as possible. As far as my computer goes, I'm using a Mac Mini with the new M1 chip, and I've upgraded to 16 gigabytes of RAM, and it's been able to handle a lot of things. And I actually used to use a MacBook Pro 15-inch to kind of run all my stuff, but I do like having the Mac Mini, and I think it's very affordable too if you're trying to get a computer that's reliable. I've actually command stripped it. You know, I'm kind of obsessed with command strips, as you noticed, but I've command stripped a mount behind the monitor to actually hold the Mac Mini in place, and this has just made it easy for it to be, again, out of sight, out of mind. And I've seen this mount be used several different ways, and so even if you mounted it on the wall behind your monitor or what have you. Now, there are some things that I would consider make it really awesome, and the first is the monitor I have. I have it hooked up to a 32-inch IPS monitor from ViewSonic, and I've been loving this monitor. The colors are great. It's very accurate. The secondary monitor I have is actually just about $100 or $150 monitor that only needs Thunderbolt 3 to actually power and put on the display. And this monitor isn't high quality or anything like that. I just use this secondary monitor essentially to just share my slides when I'm doing live streams and teachings. And so, you know, having a full-size monitor where you know that when I share this, everything that you see here is going to be seen. The Mac Mini doesn't actually have all that many ports. I've actually expanded the Mac Mini using a CalDigit hub. This is essentially a dongle on steroids. And so with one Thunderbolt cable plugged into the Mac Mini, I now have an SD card reader. I plug in a lot of the tech around my computer that has USBs into that CalDigit just to be able to make it more clean and efficient. And so I plug in my Stream Deck to it, my electric coffee mug to keep my coffee warm. Yes, Omar's a weirdo and has to keep his coffee warm as long as I'm drinking coffee. My secondary monitor is actually plugged into the CalDigit as well. And I typically edit video off my solid state drives, and having to plug it in right there is just super nice and convenient. And I think a lot of my desk is that. It's just convenient altogether. As far as my keyboard goes, I use the Magic Keyboard 2 from Apple. And initially when I bought the Mac Mini, I already had a trackpad from Apple, but it had Bluetooth connectivity issues. And so I ended up just going with the Logitech MX Master 3 mouse, and I've loved this mouse. I've learned to love it because there's so many ways to customize it for whatever programs you're using. And as a Mac user, I like using all those fancy things like the swiping up with 2 fingers and this and that. So what's cool about the Logitech is it allows me to do a lot of those things to make me efficient and quick when it comes to actions with the mouse.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the breakdown of my desk setup, but I wanted to take a moment and answer some of the questions that have come in from our Think community around my setup, and you're more than welcome to ask any question down in the comments below, and we'll do our best to answer them, whether it be directly or on screen like this. But the first question comes in from Kevin, and he says, "Love your setup." Thank you, Kevin. Where did you get the Think sign behind your desk? I got this custom made neon sign with the Think logo at a local signage shop, or a local sign shop here in Las Vegas where a lot of us live. And it's a shop that would make the signs for regular brick and mortar stores, is who I had make it. And I told them I wanted to hang it in my office, so they put like the chains. It's pretty heavy duty, but you could totally go online and order either a custom logo online, or get something that's already made. Maybe there's a phrase that you live by or something, or a word you live by. They probably have pre-made neon signs, whether it be on Amazon or what have you. But personally, I got my sign from a local sign shop. And then the next question that came in is from Love Button, and they ask, can the ATEM switcher I have do picture-in-picture? Simple answer, yes it can. And then the last question before we jump back into the videos from the Examine Life, what are you doing for sound absorption and diffusion? I don't see any sound treatment in your shots. And so I do have sound treatment in my office. Let me break it down. The first would have to be, furniture. I have a couch and I have a rug. You can see my nice high shorts. Anytime you can add furniture or rugs in your space, it'll dampen some of the echo. And then intentionally, I actually have a sound panel up on top of my ceiling, mounted to where my desk would usually be. And so that's gonna help with some of the reverb. I have a sound blanket that I have mounted to not only black out my window, but I also use it as a place that will absorb sound. So between this corner that you see right here, I'm definitely gonna help with some sound. And then lastly, I have this sound panel back here. You don't really see it in my shots, but for a tiled room, that's kind of like the best I could do, I feel, without messing with the aesthetics of the room. And yeah, so that's what I do for sound treatment. But let's jump back into the setup.
This video is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is an online streaming platform that allows you to live stream to multiple places at one time. I love StreamYard because you can bring on guests, you can do a slideshow teaching and create cool transitions in between your slides and your camera. You can also upload videos to StreamYard to share those as well while you live stream. And I think it's one of the easiest live stream solutions today. If you want to learn more about StreamYard and get a discount to sign up, go ahead and check out the link in the description below. So that covers my computer, definitely the heartbeat of my desk in and of itself. That my computer allows me to accomplish my tasks like video editing, photography, thumbnails, the whole Adobe suite. But if you're getting value in this video, let me know by hitting that like button. If you're watching on a television, you can't hit a like button. I don't think so. But let me know down to the comments if you have any questions about my desk setup. If you have anything you want to know or any details, let me know, and I do my best to actually answer any and all of those questions. So let me know down below. Now, we're going to go into the AVL side of things. Like, this desk allows me to produce content, y'all. Like, I got 2 cameras, I'm switching, I'm sharing screens, I got audio, I'm doing the nasty, not really the nasty, but the AVL. AVL stands for audio, video, and lighting. And so with that being said, let's start with audio. As far as my audio goes, the microphone I use is the Rode NT USB Mini. I've been loving this USB mic. It's such a simple plug and play mic that allows you to use software that Rode gives you when you buy this mic, and you can adjust things. It's great for live streaming, and it's a condenser mic, so it has a nice natural sound. I actually have this mic mounted not on a boom clamp onto my desk, because my desk is old school. It's a little too thick. That's THICC thick. And so I have a mic stand that I actually bought on Amazon for around $60. And this mic stand is cool because there's a heavy base to it, and it's at a good height if you plan on sitting or standing and using a mic boom. Like, as far as my speakers go, I use some super cheap, like $25 Logitech speakers that I find them pretty solid. I mean, when I edit video, I'm just making sure audio doesn't peak. And if I need to dial in and do some parametric equalizing and processing, multi-band compressing my audio, then I'll just put on headphones that are reliable and dial in those type of settings. But for the most part, these $25 Logitech speakers are pretty nice. I like how they look, and they just kind of match the black and white theme that I have going on. Now, the lighting side of things, I essentially use 2 different lights. The first light I use is a 14-inch pancake light from GVM, and this light costs around $150. They have a smaller version for just a couple few dollars less, but again, links down in the description below. But essentially, I only use this light for my Zoom calls and video conference calls and things like that. I don't use this light when I actually go live. When I go live, I use my Big Daddy GVM 100 watt cob light, which produces a nice soft look with the lantern softbox on it. Now moving into the video side of things, I'm excited about this. I actually use 2 Canon M50 Mark IIs for my live streaming, and I have a Sigma 16mm on the main shot that gives me that nice blurry background, and it's about a medium wide shot, so if I'm at arm's length distance away from my camera, it's perfect for that. And then my secondary M50 has a 30mm lens, which I use to change angles and get close-ups on when I'm showing specific products and things like that, doing a live stream. This whole setup could be interchanged with any camera, and so just so you know, you don't have to go with the M50 Mark II. You can go with something way more older and cheaper as long as it has a clean HDMI. But some wisdom is I actually have continuous power plugged into both of these cameras, so I don't have to worry about the battery dying. I love that they have flip out screens, they have great autofocus, but both cameras actually go into what is called the Blackmagic A10 Mini, and I have the ISO, and so this is a phenomenal device that allows me to switch between 2 angles, and I just love how reliable and how simple it makes the setup, because the only thing that has to go into my Mac Mini is the one USB-C cable from the Blackmagic, and so I can go up to 4 cameras, or even if I wanted to put a screen on there or what have you. But it allows me to rely on hardware when I'm doing live streams, and sometimes relying on software could be a little tough. As far as the way I've mounted these cameras, I think, again, to clear some clutter, I use a small rig clamp on the GVM light to mount my side M50, the secondary angle. And then my main M50 is actually just with a friction arm, and it's clamped onto my monitor's mount. And this allows me to just keep the camera with the monitor, whether I bring it down or lift it up. And it's just super nice. I've done tripods in the back or found other ways, and it just gets a little cluttered. So that is my desk setup in my home office, and I really designed it over the course of years to get to a place of what I need to create content and do what I need to do. But I would say personally, I have took off some points when it comes to aesthetics. It's definitely very functional, but aesthetically, I believe it actually could be better and vibier. But that's why I want to show you Kyle's setup. Kyle's one of the editors here at Think Media, and he has been able to build out a super clean and minimal IKEA setup that I think a lot of people will love. So let's jump into it right now.
Hi, my name is Kyle Anderson, and I've been a full-time editor now for 4 years. And more than anything, I just hope that this video inspires you and gives you ideas for your own setup. For more information or links to any items that we mentioned in this video, go ahead and check out the description below. But let's get into the look and aesthetic that I went with, and shout out to Matthew and Cena for inspiring me with this. The first thing I did was paint my main wall a darker color. This puts off a moody vibe, and I tend to get distracted a little easy, so this really helps pull me into my monitors and stay focused on my current project I'm working on. For my tabletop, I went with an 8-foot by 2-foot butcher block from Home Depot. The reason I went with this over the cheaper IKEA alternative is because I really love the look and feel of real wood, but it's also extremely solid, and I knew I was going to have a lot of gear on top of this, so it just keeps everything stable. Now when I purchased this was an unfinished table, so I had to sand it myself as well as stain it and put a finish on it, but I personally love the way it turned out, and I think it's really the centerpiece of this whole setup. The butcher block is being held up by 2 cabinets that I purchased from IKEA. These are the Alex model drawer units. I believe they come in 3 different colors. I went with white because it matches the trim of the room. It brings great contrast to the darker wall as well as adding a lot of storage. Next, I mounted the Besta cabinet above the desk. This really gives a finishing touch to the setup, adds more storage, and again, I went with white because it adds that contrast to the dark wall. One of the most practical upgrades that I made was this Ergo Pro chair by Autonomous. I really love the clean design that they have, as well as the color scheme of this particular model. It blends in with the rest of my setup. But most of all, this has helped improve my posture and my ergonomics while editing. The current price of this model is about $500, but if you're someone like me who sits for long hours, I highly recommend investing in a great quality chair, and this particular model works great for me. Now my whole setup is powered by my MacBook Pro, which I have mounted underneath my desk. I did this because I wanted to keep my desktop as clean as possible, and the mount I'm currently using is one that I built myself, but if you're interested in doing something similar, I'll link options in the description below. And paired with this, I'm using Apple's Magic Keyboard and Mouse because I love the minimal look and the slim design. Now I have my MacBook Pro connected to this hub, which really ties everything on my desk together, and that is the CalDigit TS3 Plus. This one device essentially turns my laptop into a desktop with just one cable. Not only does this charge your laptop, but it also has any port that you will eventually need, and I've command stripped this to the bottom of my desk again to keep it out of the way. If you're interested in the CalDigit, we actually did a dedicated video on this, and you can check that out in the description below. Now from the CalDigit, I have my two 32-inch 4K monitors from ViewSonic. I love these monitors because they have a clean, slim edge to them. It makes them look really nice. And these have accurate colors straight from the factory, which makes them great for graphic designers or a video editor like myself. My main monitor is a horizontal setup, and this is where I do all of my editing on. I don't really need two monitors to edit. I usually have my entire Adobe program on this single monitor. Now I have my second monitor vertical, and that's because I mainly use it for web browsing, communicating with the team on Slack, listening to music on Spotify. And I also have my folders open for sound effects, B-roll, and music that I use for video editing, and it's very easy to drag and drop into my project.
This nigga is not happy. This nigga Dodge say, man. Yeah, Lamont at the movie theaters right now, and it was like, oh yeah, they're hiring, blah 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 blah. So that nigga just called me and said, hey, have him apply. Let me know when he done.